Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. All right. This is GM Daniel Naroditsky, live in downtown Charlotte for round 5 of the U.S. Masters, one of the strongest open tournaments ever held in the U.S., with over 50 Grandmasters. This is the 5th round as we see the players assembling. We're on a 15-minute delay, so the game actually began 15 minutes ago. We'll, as usual, start on the top board, which is still occupied by Fabiano Caruana, who has yet to shed a single half point. And paradoxically, I think his easiest game may have come the previous round. But hopefully, Fabiano has managed to set his alarms after his afternoon nap. He, by his ticking clock, probably hasn't shown up to his board just yet. So those of you who've watched my commentary for the previous 2 evening rounds, you know the drill. I have my stream chat open. There's a live audience here as well assembled in the commentary room. So big shout out to them. But you're more than welcome to ask your questions. This is more of an interactive commentary compared to, say, the World Championship. We had an absolutely riveting World Championship game today. That was sarcasm. I feel like I would take this position over the game that we had. Fabiano faces John Michael Burke. There's only a couple of players on a perfect score as we see moves finally coming in. Fabiano has shown up to the board, although we cannot see that from the board camera just yet. And Fabi, for the second time this tournament, playing a French. In the previous round, he defeated Ishii Khan from Turkey, 2,500 plus FIDE, so he's gaining some nice rating. But this is a very, very tough matchup for Fabi. So there are currently 4 players who are on a perfect score. John Michael Burke, Fabi's opponent. On board 2, we have Nico Theodoru. Needs no introduction. And he faces someone who I'm really going to spotlight, International Master Evan Park, who has defeated 3 Grandmasters now in a row. In the previous round, Viktor Matvishin. And every game has been more crushing than the next. Evan Park is rated 2375 FIDE, which is insane. Because I played Evan, as we see John Michael Burke playing an advanced Frencher main line. So we'll get to this game momentarily. But Evan Park on board 2 with black against Theodoru. That is his most difficult challenge yet. But he has been on an absolute rampage, defeating Brandon Jacobson and then Emilio Cordova with black, and then Viktor Matvishin, very strong Ukrainian Grandmaster, in the morning round, which was expertly commentated by Caden Trofe. So thank you, Caden, for the commentary and all the tech work. He is responsible for this awesome setup that we have here and the morning round commentary. Of course, I am very well known for my morning activities in general. That was also sarcasm. So let's start from board 1. We'll see the opening as it unfolds, and then I will do what I did the previous few evening rounds. We'll kind of go around the horn. We'll be focusing on the top 3 or 4 boards. There's a couple of players who have 3.5 out of 4. But as usual, if you spot something interesting on one of the lower boards, please alert me in the chat. And again, this is very interactive, so I take the cue from the chat. It's a collaborative effort as I can't keep my eyes on all 20 games at the same time. If you want to know any results, I'll be spotlighting the standings throughout my commentary. Okay, here we go. So I don't know exactly when the camera will update to show Fabi. In the meantime, we can chill in the playing hall scene. And let's see if we have the... Okay, we do have the second board camera with Nico Theodoru. Wow, they are already very intensely leaned over the board. This must be a very interesting opening. Yeah, board 3 camera still isn't updating, so I'll check in on that. In the meantime, let's chill in the playing hall. As you see the players kind of milling around, some of the stragglers showing up to their board. So we have an advanced French here. And John Michael Burke is maybe a lesser known name to casual chess fans. But to anybody who's followed American chess for the last couple of years, he should be a pretty household name. He's been hanging around 2,600 for a couple of years now. And what's interesting is that as an untitled player, John Michael Burke ascended to 2,600. He essentially gained 400 FIDE rating points, and he was 2,600 as an untitled player. He dropped a little bit, when FIDE updated their rating policy, but he did manage to stabilize in the high 2500s and quickly got his 3 Grandmaster norms. But I'll tell you his rating story a little bit later. Let's jump into the game itself. So Fabi is playing a very topical line of the advanced French. Almost everybody's playing this now. And this might come as a surprise to people because, I mean, traditionally, the main line in this position has been Queen B6. And this has been kind of automatic for players through the years, and it at some point made the advanced French pretty unpopular. But the advanced French has been experiencing something of a renaissance, I would say, in the last 2 years, and it's been due to several different findings for white that have made it exciting again. And the biggest one is this move Bishop D3 against Queen B6. Gawain Jones really was the first, I think, to popularize this line where white essentially just sacrifices a pawn for development. I don't have the time to delve into this line, but for this reason, a lot of top players have switched back to the second most popular move, which is Bishop D7, just emphasizing minor piece development and omitting Queen B6 entirely. So black is not necessarily going for immediate pressure on white's center, but rather accelerating the pace of his kingside development. So let's see how Fabi's playing this. He went, John Michael Burke went Bishop B2, which is most popular, Knight G to E7, short castles by white. I'm also familiar with this move, Knight to A3, which exists in this position. The point is to use the temporary blockage of the diagonal and get white's knight back around to C2 in order to buttress the D4 pawn. So this is also a viable way of playing. But John Michael Burke handled it a little bit differently. He's extremely booked up. He knows his theory, and this is not going to be an easy trial for Fabi. So Fabiano traded on D4, positioned his knight on sort of the typical advanced French square on F5. And what's very important to note here is that G2, G4, which is kind of a tempting move, and it is a viable idea in a lot of positions, but not here. This is way premature because the knight swings around to H4. This is, most French players learn this maneuver when they're still sort of in their mother's womb. So this is one of the basic ideas of the French. If the knight didn't have H4, then G2, G4 would be very nasty. It would banish the knight to a much more awkward square. But after knight H4, white's center kind of collapses. White's king side is way overextended, and black is an easy target to attack with the H pawn. So instead, John Michael Burke develops his knight to C3, and it looks like Fabi is taking sort of the first think of the game. Now, I don't know much about this position because typically my knight would be on C2 already, because I kind of played the knight A3 line with white. Burke is not worried about losing the D4 pawn. So my immediate question would be, well, what is white's response to the natural Queen B6? And, my first idea here would be to swing the knight over to A4. This is probably how white intends to ward off the queen, and this is why the D4 pawn is not actually in any kind of danger. In fact, this would play into white's hands because the knight would have immediate access potentially to the C5 square. So this is probably a viable variation. Black could maybe go Queen A5. We can check open. Yeah, so Opening Explorer on chess.com has something like 35 games, Bishop to D2. And now most popular move is Queen back to D8. But, so now the D4 pawn is kind of hanging. And God forbid we get something like this, Bishop G5, Queen A5. 4 games in the database. One of them was probably Dingley Ren versus Gukesh from game 5 of the World Championship. But yeah, so we could get a 3-time repetition. But something tells me Fabi is not playing the French for the second time this tournament in order to make a quick draw. His first experience was a very positive one. He faced Marc Paragua in round 3, and Paragua played a very, very poor opening. He actually didn't even play D4 against the French. He played D3, and he played a slightly shoddy version of the King's Indian attack, and Fabi coasted to a comfortable victory. Something tells me that this will be a more challenging trial. So let's take a look at Opening Explorer in this position and see what the popular moves are. Yeah, you can see that Queen B6 is actually one of the more obscure continuations. 53 games, Rook C8. Okay, so just sort of a positional move, improving black's situation on the queen side and essentially asking white, what are you going to do to improve your position? One of white's consistent problems in the advanced is where to put this bishop on C1, because it just doesn't have any kind of active and tempting developing squares. I think a lot of people would be tempted by Bishop G5, but this just kind of plays into black's hands, this sends the queen over to b6, and then again, white could play knight a4. And again, this is some sort of line. We basically transposed back to this repetition. So every path leads to Rome, or every path leads to an early draw. No, again, I don't think that we're going to go down this path. So apart from rook c8, there is bishop to e... Nope, not time for the bomb cloud yet. That's what round 7 is for. But bishop e7 is the second most popular move according to Opening Explorer. And here you can notice that g4 suddenly becomes very prominent. And that is because after knight h4, which is an idea that I highlighted, black does not recapture on h4 with the queen. Black has to recapture with the bishop, and recapturing with the bishop contains its own set of problems. So for instance, if white plays f4 in this position, white is already sort of threatening to push g5 and trap the bishop. So black often has to waste a tempo bringing the bishop back to e7. And white can use that extra tempo to develop the bishop to e3. So this is a very complex line, but both from a strategical standpoint, there's a lot going on in the center. Even though the center is closed right now, the d4 pawn can be attacked. Black can play the typical French move f7, f6. And from white's perspective, I mean, you can send your kingside pawns up the board, but you have to do it at the right moment because white could very, very easily get overextended or allow one of those pawn breaks at the wrong moment. Bobby's still thinking. So let's check back in. Yeah, so we still don't have the top board camera. I'm going to see if I can get that activated. But for now, we'll chill on the playing hall scene. Let's have a look at some of the other top boards, and we'll let Fabi think about his line and piece. I actually feel like he might have been caught a little bit by surprise because when I analyzed this line a couple of months ago, all of the top guys seem to be going knight a3 and rerouting the knight to c2. So the fact that John Michael Burke is actually developing his knight instead to c3 tells me that maybe this is a slight surprise for Caruana, or maybe he's remembering his preparation. Could be a million things. It's important not to speculate. There we go, a6. Fabi's like, no, please don't switch from my board. I'm going to keep making moves, and I'm going to keep you at the edge of your seat. a6. Okay, very interesting. So interesting that I had to... This is my cue to get my coffee. a6. What does this tell us about Fabi's intention? Well, the first thing that I notice about this move is not so much that it prepares b5. I mean, maybe it does. But that it actually enables black to play queen b6. This is an idea that I actually walked into once. Potentially, Fabi is opening up this escape square for the queen on a7 in order to render knight a4 ineffective. And I walked into this once, and in my case, I simply could not defend the d4 pawn. Remember that white does have the move bishop e3, and that is not such a bad option. In fact, this trade often happens in the advanced French, and it's a double-sided coin, because on the one hand, yeah, white damages the pawn structure. On the other hand, white has the semi-open f-file, knight g5 becomes a threat, so black has to be very, very careful, and black has to ensure that the kingside development happens quickly. So a6 is one of those flexible moves that when, a 1600 plays it, you kind of laugh at it and say you don't know what you're doing. If Fabiano Caruana plays it, all the commentators are like, oh, what a genius, a6, what a flexible move. He must be deep in his preparation. Fabi probably is very deep in his preparation. And we'll see what John Michael Burke has in store for us. I'm seeing quite a few games in Opening Explorer. You can see that the uncommitted play a3. And we start this cat and mouse waiting game. Bishop e3 is a move straight away. So white sometimes voluntarily goes for that trade. King h1. So I would say the game kind of slows down here. a6 signals that Fabi is ready for a kind of longer maneuvering game, and we will see what setup John Michael Burke opts for. I definitely would rule out g4 at this point. Again, because black has knight h4 in return. And that's partially why black is delaying the development of the bishop. So let's use this opportunity and see the openings from the other top boards. We want to do justice to Evan Park, who's having the tournament of his life. And there's a lot of interesting matchups here in the 5th round, as a lot of GMs are facing other GMs, and we have a lot more kind of evenly matched pairings than we have in previous rounds. Okay. So Nicholas Theodoru, I was going to say the Greek Freak, but I think that's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Well, let's call him the Greek Freak number 2. Kriari, he's got a lot of chess.com accounts. He is known to anybody who occupies Twitch or the online chess sphere. Nico has been having a great tournament. He won a very topsy-turvy game last night. He had to receive a little cooperation from his opponent. And then this morning, coasting to victory once again and maintaining a perfect score. For Evan Park, the tournament of his life, he's already on the path to a GM norm, but he is going to have to score at least a couple of draws against Grandmasters. He cannot, lose the rest of his games and expect to get a Grandmaster norm. So I might have a chance to show Evan Park's previous game, but right now we have some openings to get to. So Nico playing a London system, no comment. E6, E3, this is one of the main lines. C5, knight BD2, all very standard stuff. Bishop D6, still very normal. The bishop drops back to G3, as it usually does in the London. And, okay, Evan Park castles. Now, in this position, there was a point at which bishop B5, I think, became very popular, trying to quickly exchange on C6, but Theodoru plays the more standard move, bishop to D3. This is as typical as it gets in the London system. Now, I'm actually not familiar with Evan Park's next move, G6, which is not the kind of move that you play without preparation, to plagiarize from the World Championship press conference when Gukesh was asked about pushing the G-pawn early. Here, Evan Park pushes the G-pawn early, and parks it on G6. And, I'm not too familiar. I mean, I don't really play this for either side, but as far as I know, something like Queen E7 here is more normal. I'm sure that B6 is often played as well. But G6, again, I mean, this is a very committal move. I mean, you're weakening your king side. At the same time, you're blunting the influence of this bishop. And you're creating a square for the black knight on H5. And indeed, after Theodoru castles, we see knight H5, sort of forcing white's hand. So black now threatens to seize the bishop pair with knight takes G3, and then maybe to follow up with E6, E5, opening up the center. And Theodoru is basically forced to take on D6. Typically, if black does not force white's hand, let's say black plays something like B6, white is going to start playing annoying London system moves like knight E5. I mean, once this move is played, and once the knight is solidified, it's basically time to resign. Just kidding. I'm exaggerating slightly, but anybody who's faced this type of setup knows how annoying it is to deal with a Pillsbury knight on E5, because anytime you capture it, I mean, this specific line makes absolutely no sense because why did black play G6? But I'm just illustrating how annoying this can be. So this is a very specific idea. And after the trade, we have the current game position. Clearly, Evan Park is still in his preparation. And I actually had the pleasure of facing him, or I should say the displeasure of facing him, I want to say about 2 years ago in a different Charlotte event, classical tournament. And I had the white pieces. And I decided to escape his preparation. I played 1d4, and unfortunately I ended up entering his preparation in Rogozin. He knew like 15 moves of theory. By move 20, I was slightly worse, and I thought, okay, now is the time to offer a draw. He took the draw, and I just remember being very impressed with his preparation and just everything about him, seemed like a grandmaster. And at that time, he was 2375 or so. Now, 2 years later, he's still 2375. I still feel like he plays like a strong grandmaster. So, to me, it seems like a matter of time until the 3 is replaced by a 5. You never know. Maybe his weakness is playing against lower-rated players. But I'm really amazed that he hasn't crossed 2,500, and I think that's coming very soon to a theater near you. So it's white to move. Clearly, black wants to play e5. This is a move that black almost always wants to make, and if black can make it under the right circumstances, then he frees his position. The fact that there's a pawn on g6 and that some of these dark squares are weak is not as significant because white doesn't have a dark squared bishop. So Theodoru has to do something either preemptively, like he has to play e4 himself, or maybe he can play d takes e5 and then e4. This is also very standard, but he cannot play a slow move, I think, like h3, or that will allow black to completely neutralize whatever tiny advantage he can contend for with e5. So Theodoru is thinking. I think it's clear that he's out of his prep. He's probably deciding between the immediate e4. My inclination would probably be to start with d takes c5, queen takes c5, and then play e4. And then ask black how he wants to resolve the tension in the center. Of course, one move to always watch out for is knight f4. But this doesn't appear to be too dangerous. Bishop would drop back, let's say, to c2. Far from the only move, by the way. White can also play knight to b3 with tempo, pushing back the queen and opening up a line of defense to the bishop. However, black definitely has some problems to solve here, because this bishop is still locked outside the pawn chain, and if black plays the move e5 at the wrong moment, the eval bar seems to suggest that this is not the wrong moment to play it. But again, I would be a little bit frightened here to play this position without extensive computer prep, because, okay, white can play e takes d5. Knight takes d5 would be horrible, I think, because of knight d4, so black has to take with the queen. And maybe white can try to spin up some initiative with a move like knight e4. And even in the endgame, watch this happen on the board. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1. Yeah, position is probably equal, but black still has to demonstrate a little bit of precision. White has this check. White can drop into d6. So I would prefer white's position here by a smidge, but I have no doubt that in a classical game, black would have plenty of time to figure out the right setup. So great preparation by Evan Park. It's hard to make any hard and fast conclusions. We have to wait for Nico's move. He's really, really good at finding ways to create tension on the board and to pose problems to his opponent. He hasn't been flawless this event, but 4 out of 4 is a pretty impressive start. And that concludes the players of the perfect score. It's just 2 boards. He's played rook e1. Okay, very interesting. Rook e1. So he's baiting his opponent into e5. And I don't know if I'd be able to resist that move. And my guess is that in some position, he's preparing to meet that with e4. Either immediately, or maybe he actually wants to take on e5. And at the end of all the exchanges, now he wants to play e4 and target the vulnerable queen. Very, very deep idea already by Nico. You can see that he allows black's main idea to happen. And he says, come after me. But black's pieces are a little bit scattered about the board. The bishop is not developed. You can kind of sense how this can get bad. If black plays d takes e4, I'm not sure how Nico plans to recapture. With the bishop, I would be tempted to take with a knight. The knight seems nicely centralized here. Maybe black can drop back to c7, for instance. But you can kind of tell how this position can go off the rails, especially, queen c7 is probably inaccurate. Black just has nowhere good to develop the bishop. The knight, again, white threatens queen d6 or knight d6. So I would say that white has a slight edge here. That's why Evan Park is, who usually plays quite fast, actually. He doesn't think for too long. But e5 is far from the only way that black can prosecute this position. Black can also consider a move like f5 in order to simply root out the idea of e4 and then play e5 maybe. So we'll see. This is a fairly tame position, but you can tell that in the next couple of moves, the center can absolutely open up, and we will keep a close eye on this as well. Let's keep going very quickly around the horn, and then we'll go back to our top board with Fabiano. Here we have board 3. It is working. Alshan Moradiabadi, originally from Iran, but has been living in North Carolina for many years. He faces Grigori Oparin, the 3rd seed of the tournament, and Fabiano Caruana's longtime friend and opening analyst. So what do we have here? Alshan has the white pieces. And this is a good example of a matchup where Alshan is rated 25-15. He's a nightmare matchup with the black pieces because he's an incredibly solid player. He's dropped some rating in the last couple of years, but his real playing strength, I think, is closer to 2,600. So I don't think Oparin really minds a draw. But most of the time, the higher-rated player will play a relatively peaceful opening, and they'll kind of see what their opponent is inclined to do. If their opponent is, responding by playing very solidly, you might see a quick draw or two. If their opponent is demonstrating a lot of ambition, then they don't mind themselves. They're basically going to follow their opponent's lead. But you shouldn't think that just because Oparin is rated 140 points above his opponent, he's going to burn all his bridges and go, d4, a5. Although, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Okay, so what happened here? We had a Queen's Indian. Yeah, Alshan is a d4 player. Again, we see bishop b7. So I think not a coincidence that in round 1, Fabiano Caruana played this against Ryan Amberchi. It was not an easy game, but Grigori Oparin plays this as well. Their openings often align. Bishop a6 is, of course, the modern variation, but as often happens with opening fashion, it's not because the old school move is bad, it's just because, you know, it's not, the same as with clothing fashion. It's not that clothes from, the 1960s are bad, it's just how fashions change. Bishop b7 is still a line with a perfectly good reputation. However, after bishop g2, we saw a sideline. Bishop b4 check is kind of a medley between the Bogo Indian and the Queen's Indian that is considered, I think, a little bit inferior to the main move, bishop to e7, which leads to some very theoretical lines. There's the pawn sacrifice variation that has been popular for 50 plus years, d5. And in round 1, Fabiano Caruana had this position, knight c3, knight e4. And this is, of course, a more positional line. But Oparin deviates slightly with bishop b4 check. Nothing wrong with this move. It's just less popular than bishop e7. Bishop d2, c5. Okay. Castles, castles. And knight c3 by Alshan. I'm a little bit puzzled, to be honest, at knight c3. Knight c3 indicates to me that Alshan would not mind a quick draw, if I'm totally honest. Why am I saying that? Well, for two reasons. First of all, to an untrained eye, I think white has more tempting moves. Like, I don't know anything about this position. I don't play it with either side. With black, sometimes I'll play it online, but not because I know any theory. Bishop takes b4 is I don't think anybody would argue with me, is clearly the most tempting move. And after c takes b4, you get this very unique structure, which may seem quite bad for black, but it contains some venom. Like, the b4 pawn is, of course, towering over white's knight, and you don't really want to develop the knight to d2. I mean, maybe this is fine, but knight bd2 is a slightly passive way of developing. And I've seen, actually, black playing this interesting setup where the d pawn goes up to d6. Black basically puts all of the pawns on dark squares and tries to carve out, like, dark square control on the queen side. So if white plays a3, black can play b takes a3. There's nothing wrong with that move. But I've seen players in similar positions play a5. Here it's probably bad to play a5. But anyways, I don't have time to cover this particular line. I'm pretty sure it is the main line. Yes, you can see bishop b4 is most popular. Knight c3 is quite the sideline. And it leads... Ooh, knight b5. Maybe making me take my words back. I was, of course, anticipating this move. And this is why I said Alshan is probably fine with a draw. You're going to get some mass trades here. If we follow the most popular line in opening Explorer, queen c8, b3. Yeah, this is a very kind of toothless, two 90-year-olds playing kind of line. Black can play knight c6. I mean, the knights are going to get traded. In general, any Queen's Indian or white is okay trading off his fianchettoed bishop is usually a signal that White's trying to play it safe. But Alshan is full of opening ideas, and he plays knight b5 here. Looking at his clock, I'm not necessarily convinced that this is preparation. Maybe he thinks this is his preparation. It's hard to say. But it's black to play here, so he wants to recapture this pawn without giving up his fianchettoed bishop. Which is maybe a pipe dream, maybe a reality. Oparin now has several choices. Clearly, we can still see some games in the database. Bishop to e7 has been played a couple times. Knight b takes d4. And yeah, white's setup does not strike me as particularly impressive. I think the position's about equal. But I find it hard to believe that, yeah, knight a6 has been played a few times. Let's see, one of the games. What kind of rate? Okay, Korchnoi Gelfand, so two complete amateurs, of course. Oh, 2003, so Korchnoi was already like 70 plus years old when this game was played. So Korchnoi Gelfand, yeah, not the worst game to follow. But you saw two players, bishop c5 has also been played, knight b takes d4, and knight c6, a more direct way of playing. White won this game. This is a slightly weaker game, 2298 versus, wow, 2003 again. There was something about the year 2003 where players got obsessed with this line. If I had to guess, I think Oparin would play bishop e7, and I think some of you might be wondering, but why shouldn't black just trade bishops? Here you see the eval bar creeping up because black is experiencing trouble with some of these dark squares in the center. Particularly the d6 square is weak. It's not entirely clear how you stop this knight from infiltrating. And yeah, if you play the move d5, you risk getting into some trouble. Maybe white can play even c takes d5, I think. And again, I'm adhering to my policy of not turning on the engine. I do see the eval bar, but other than specific instances where I will verify my conclusions, I'm analyzing without the computer. This does not look very inspiring for black. It looks like black is struggling for equality. Bishop takes d5. White could maybe throw in a move like rook a c1, threatening knight c7. This also seems very drawish, honestly. So I don't see the need for Oparin to trade bishops. I think he's going to go bishop e7. Alshan will take. And I wouldn't rule out a quick draw for in a game like this. But if Grisha sees that he has a totally fine position out of the opening and he solved his problems, the higher rated GM will often start playing for a win. HD Motivated in the chat says, the tournament is weird. People first games are in round 4 and 5. So this is a very common misconception. When you click on a player, it will sometimes not display their results from every round. This is not because they didn't play every round. Mostly this is because it will only display the results from the games that have been covered by DGT boards, like on the top 25 boards. It doesn't mean that they skipped some of the rounds. You have to check the official website on charlottechesscenter.org/US Masters to see who everybody played each round. All right, so Fabi hasn't had any major developments. So let's look at maybe a couple more boards. I'm just going to spotlight some interesting openings maybe on the top 10 boards. We have a Wonder Liang, the second seed, who's taken 2 buys. That's cost him a full point. He'll need to do some winning in the last few rounds. Benjamin Bach has been sort of coming back from that first round loss. So there's a big group of players with 3 out of 4. That's why even an opening first round disaster is not necessarily going to set you back that much if you come back. Just a quick shout out to Andy Woodward, I think one of the youngest current GMs in the world. Faces a very dangerous player, Canadian GM Razvan Priotu. And Razvan is a lifelong e4 player. I've never seen him play anything other than e4 until now, knight f3. Andy Woodward has had some tough games this tournament. Maybe this is what Ding should have played today. But maybe Razvan is taking a page out of Ding's book, playing a very unique kind of move, b4. Now, bishop takes b4 would not be advisable because of queen a4 check. And yeah, knight c6, queen takes c6 just wins the game. So, okay, b4 grabs space. Andy plays a6 and simply bishop b2. So this is kind of a fianchetto on steroids. Like the pawn also grabs some space on the queen side. Still cannot be captured. Although actually here bishop takes b4 has to be calculated. Queen a4 check, knight c6. I think there must be some tactics here. Maybe knight d4, b5. Okay, so knight c6, ba. Maybe white has bishop takes b5. A b5, queen b5. I mean, at the very least, this. And white will probably recover. The piece with interest. White will be a pawn up. For example, like if black defends the knight, but then he drops the bishop. If black defends the bishop, he drops the knight and potentially might also drop the other bishop. So there's too many hanging pieces, and maybe white even. Razvan Prieto are really trying to look cool. He's trying to go as long as possible without directly defending the pawn. Rook b1, obviously. Andy Woodward will not fall for this. He wouldn't fall for this in a hyperbolic game, and he sure as heck plays a lot of them. Wouldn't happen to know any of his opponents. Bishop to d6 instead. Knight to g3, completing the maneuver. This might be the Guinness record for the longest time that a b4 pawn has been technically hanging. And g6 by Woodward. Again, if you're not experienced in these types of structures, this move might seem very strange to you because black does not fianchetto his bishop. But the move g6 is not always played to fianchetto the bishop. Here it is played, in fact, to restrict the knight. So the knight can now no longer access f5. Of course, the drawback is that the king side is now permanently weak. But yeah, it's a very double-edged combative position with an unbalanced center. The typical idea to drive the h-pawn down the board has to be factored in by Priotu. I actually have no idea how white is supposed to play here. Of course, you should avoid d4, because that defeats the whole purpose of the system. I mean, typically in this system, the pawn is always kept on d2. So you often see white playing this weird-looking move, bishop to d3. But Andy Woodward should seriously consider playing h5. It is quite weakening. And one of the ideas is that if white meets that with h4, he allows the very favorable trade on g3 in most cases. Okay, here the eval bar doesn't like it, but you can see what the point generally is. It's to weaken white's kingside pawn structure. Probably here it's not a good idea to give up a monopoly on the long diagonal. So in general, like h4 is also not great because black has the outpost on g4 for his knight. So I wouldn't even rule out short castles. Like, as scary as it may seem to castle to a side of the board where your pawns are arranged, I was going to say thusly. I think that's a word. Still, it is one way to open up the possibility of the knight jumping to e4 or to g4. So Razvan playing uncharacteristically the move one knight f3. And we're going to have a very interesting middle game here. With time pressure, I think, guaranteed, just because of all the decisions that will have to be made in the next few moves. Let's go back to our top boards. Again, if you're in the chat and you want to see anybody in particular, I'm not seeing any like crazy positions on the top boards. We'll have plenty of time to go around the horn. I see Alice Lee on board 14. She's back on the top boards. So yeah, Bordnik did lose in the previous round, so he's going to have to come back. I think his game might not be on one of the top boards. We do see a draw on board 22 already. Vincent Tsai versus Grandmaster Brian Ramirez. All right, so back to Mr. Caruana because a couple of moves have been made. We won't spend too long just because, okay, we do have the camera here. Now it's working. And that is John Michael Burke. And Fabiano Caruana is wandering the playing hall, as he likes to do. What have we seen since we last checked in? So we did see the knight coming to f5. We saw this move a6. Okay, king h1. So I did mention this move. And the cat and mouse game begins, where both players are making these very kind of slow, cagey positional moves. And for those of you just joining, again, I mean, your hand might be tempted to just put the queen on b6 automatically. But my guess would be after knight a4, queen a7, which is an idea that I pointed out, white does intend to develop the bishop to e3. And the issue might be that without the queen on its initial square, you know, white has a lot of activity on the king side. So for example, after bishop e7, I would be a little bit worried. Okay, queen e1 walks into a tactic, but even something like rook to c1 and the knight jumping to c5, and eventually if black castles short, the bishop could reposition on d3. I mean, you kind of do need the queen often on the king side, just to ward off a sudden attack. And the knight coming to c5 is pretty bad news for black as well, because you don't typically want to give away the dark squared bishop. If you could give away the light squared bishop, the famous French bishop, you would be happy. So Fabi is just playing without the move queen b6. He goes rook c8, John Michael Burke goes a3, another typical move, bishop e7, and here we go. Now it's time to fasten our seatbelts because g4 has happened. Also something that I had spotlighted, because Burke is waiting for black to play bishop e7. As I indicated, g4 right away does allow the move knight h4. Even with the king on h1. So bishop e7, g4, knight h4, already played. We trade, and I'm expecting either here or maybe on the next move, f2, f4, really buttressing the center and creating the possibility of trapping the bishop. I also would not be surprised to see bishop e3 here. And again, the point is that if you replace the black bishop on h4 with a queen, in fact, if they traded places, you put the bishop on d8 and the queen on h4, kind of castled with the queen and bishop, black would be a very happy camper, because the queen on h4 would be sort of the linchpin of a very serious attack that could be launched with a move like h7, h5. This is not really theory. I think that both players are probably out of their prep. There are still some games in the database. So you see both f4 and bishop e3. If we click on the move, okay, so some pretty strong games still. Yeah, I'm having a hard time making out the second player. 29.89, okay. Might have to run some statistical tests on that one. This is probably a Title Tuesday game, so that's chess.com ratings. So Vokita versus Romanov. Yeah, Yevgeny Romanov is also an opening expert. Kramnik is a former world champion, and These two players are also very strong. Clemente Sychev is a Russian grandmaster who is well known for his preparation in 1e4 openings. Okay, so bishop e3 and f4, the two candidate moves. Clearly, and it's very important, I think, to distinguish between non-theoretical positions versus novel positions. So just because a position is non-theoretical, this is not a formal definition. All right, when does a game exit theory? It's sort of an informal, just like the transition between opening and middle game. It's or when a teenager becomes an adult, in the 16th century, that was age 15. Now it's like age 55. It's not like a formal thing. Just because there are games in the database does not mean that the players are in theory. And there's only a smattering of games. Both players might be familiar with this type of position. Like, for instance, Fabi might be scratching his head and thinking, I kind of remember analyzing this, but I think it was without a3 and rook c8. So when you rely on your analysis, but you've included a couple of different moves, sometimes it changes the computer line, and you have to be very careful about over-relying on your knowledge of the position. If you're not sure, it's usually best to just treat it like a fresh position. My inclination, if I had no idea what I was doing here, and I have no idea what I'm doing, would be bishop e3, sort of a more conservative move. What is the drawback of starting with bishop e3? Well, there's a couple of things I noticed. First of all, now black has a dilemma. Black can either start by castling, which is probably what Fabi wants, or black can try to push f6 as soon as possible. f6 is a very nasty move for white to face because it might lead to the collapse of white's center. So, for instance, if white plays f4 in this position, black can play f6 here. And, yeah, white better know what he's doing, because if white takes on f6, not sure how black's going to recapture it. All 4 recaptures are possible. Are there 4 recaptures? Unfortunately, this is where my history major hurts my counting. Yeah, bishop f6, for instance. And white's kingside pawns may look very imposing, but, where are they really going? Like, white can push g5, black drops back to e7. White's made a lot of active-looking moves, but he's left over with a bunch of weaknesses, right? The bishop could reposition to d6, and just because black has a backward pawn does not really mean that it's easily attackable. White could drop the bishop into g4, but what do you do then? And then the battle could transition eventually back to the queen side. Black has this move b7, b5 in store, whereas white does not really intend b2, b4, because the rook on c8 is x-raying the knight. So for these reasons, Burke might try to quickly push his pawn up to f4 before black castles. And if black castles in this position, as I've mentioned several times, the move g5 may not seem immediately like an emergency because the bishop cannot be attacked on the next move. But all white needs is one more move. White just needs to move this e2 bishop out of the way, and the bishop on h4 is basically toast. So even if black tries to break apart this chain with f6, as John Michael Burke does play the move f4, very nice, white can potentially still play bishop d3. Okay, this has to be calculated. You'll see the EVOP bar going up and down, as it tends to do when a human is commentating. But, okay, f takes g5, queen h5. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe black has g6, and then bishop takes g6, and maybe black can play queen e7 here. But it's easy for me to say all of this, and Fabi would have to calculate these lines. Furthermore, white does not have to play bishop d3. White can take on f6 and open up the g file. And this is exactly what you wanted for playing Fabiano Caruana. Like g takes f6, g takes f6, rook g1 check, and then bishop d3 perhaps can be considered. So, as f4 happens on the board, I would be kind of surprised if Fabi castled here. Let's see what people have done. One player has castled. Okay, Kramnik castled. I'm not sure if it's in Fabiano's best interest to castle. He might get investigated. Let's see. f6 has been played once by... Okay, Salgado Lopez, Spanish Grandmaster, played f6 immediately in this position. Quite risky to do this without castling, but also absolutely a possibility. Absolutely a possibility, although I would still be worried about g5. I would still be worried about the move g5. And this is indeed what happened in the game. F takes g5, f takes g5. Aha! And if black plays bishop takes g5, the eval bar shoots all the way up. I think I know why. But let's see if anybody in the Twitch chat can figure out what white's winning sequence is. I'm pretty sure that I've spotted it. It's actually quite pretty. It's a nice little sequence of active moves. Yeah, bishop h5, check g6. That's the easy part. And now the critical move, just overwhelming force. Queen g4. Yeah, queen g4. Bishop takes c. I mean, if black plays gh, then just queen takes h5. If bishop c1, I don't think you can play queen takes g6. I think that's only a draw, but you can play bishop takes g6. It's checkmate in 2 moves. King e7, queen h4, or h takes g6, queen takes g6. You don't even need a windmill. You can just put the queen on f7, mate. So how did we get here? I have completely forgotten. Oh yeah, this is what happens if black plays f6. So this did not turn out well for Salgado. He was forced, to play rook f8, but this looks very, very ugly. And he ended up losing. Okay, so far we're down to castles, and bishop e7 was the 3rd game. And that was Evgeny Romanov's move. And something tells me that might also be Fabiano Caruana's move. So bishop e7 was the 3rd Grandmaster game. Vokitov played rook f3. Basically saying very bad things will happen to you if you castle. Queen b6. Bishop e3 happened. Okay, queen takes b2, knight a4, traps the queen. And like I said, like often the battle suddenly transitions back to the queen side. Knight a5, rook b1, knight c4. Yeah, it looks very reasonable for black. I mean, eval bar is showing some advantage for white. And perhaps Vokitov was still in his preparation. And at some point, Romanov did play the move f6. So this is probably the line that you play if you want to be, maximally safe. Just drop the bishop back to e7. But Jean-Michael Burke, very confident player. He's not afraid of anybody. And, he's one of those guys that if he gets into a structure that he feels like he understands, he has some very impressive Grandmaster scalps. Okay. So, we'll let Fabiano Caruana decide on his next move. This is a pretty big decision for him. Let's check into board 2, because we have some transformations here. Theodoru is away from the board, which probably means he likes his position. I also like his position. Not that that matters too much. Let's see. So we had this London system where Evan Park played some very interesting preparation. G6, knight h5. Here, I covered the move rook e1. And Park dropped his knight back to f6. Kind of an anemic move, which doesn't make much sense to me because he's trying to discourage e4. And this often happens. The more you try to discourage something from happening, the likelier it is to happen anyway. And Theodoru takes on c5 and plays e4, very standard. Park trades on e4 and trades everything. And yeah, Nico's very happy here. I mean, white's just better. I don't understand why Evan Park was so enthusiastic to go into this position. Because, first of all, the problem is with his bishop on c8. It can't develop. Of course, you might say, oh, well, why can't black just go rook d8 first? Well, many reasons. I mean, the queen could reposition to b3. It could actually slide over to c1. Nasty little idea, trying to make black regret this move g6. And even without a dark-squared bishop, you could seriously pay the price for this complex of weaknesses. So I would say white is better tactically and positionally. In terms of his piece placement, this bishop on e4 beautifully centralized. If black tries to open up the diagonal for his bishop, this obviously blunders a pawn. Bishop takes c6. So black has problems that extend past just like the issue of development. I think he might play rook d8. He's about to make a move. Is it a something? Let's see. a5? Ugh. Okay. Not a move you play if you're super happy with your position, but it makes sense, I think, what he just did. He is trying to stabilize the queen on c5 and prevent a potential b4. So in which case did white want to play b4? Well, if Evan Park tried to fianchetto his bishop, now b4 would simply win the game for white because the queen would get easily dislodged. For instance, okay, queen c3, rook c1 wins a piece. Queen c4, maybe there's knight d2. So a5 is an attempt to preempt any such shenanigans. And my guess is that Evan Park does want to play b6 and fianchetto that bishop. I'm not even sure, though, that b6 is possible on the next move. b6, white can still play b4. Yeah, so b6 is still impossible. Still impossible, because this does not help ab simply cb. Okay, so what does he want? Maybe he wants to play rook a6. Maybe he wants to, nibble around the edges. Maybe he just basically wants to toss the ball back into Nico's court and kind of force white to reveal his intended setup, I think in a blitz game, most people would play queen d2 here. This would be sort of a very stereotypical way to play, trying to aim for h6. Now, black is not in any imminent danger of getting checkmated, really. That's not the problem. Black could even consider rook d8 in this position. And queen h6 can always be met by sliding the queen back to f8. The issue is that in the long run, white has a lot of positional assets. He has more space, he has better placed pieces. Even if they enter an endgame, I would take white by a smidge. I would not recommend white to trade queens, but, white could bring the rook to d1. It's clearly a more pleasant endgame. But Nico could play a nasty little move like queen h4 and maintain the tension. And there's a lot of latent tactics in the position, like a knight coming to g5, rook coming to d1. White's play is very easy here. So I think 0.6 or so is a good evaluation. I mean, not that, it's noteworthy when the human agrees with the engine. I think the other way around is more significant. But yeah, definitely Evan Park has some problems to solve, and Nico's opening choice has been a successful one. A London system. Taking a page out of Eric Rosen's book. Okay, let's keep going. Let's take a very quick look at the third board, because this is not the most interesting opening that we have. This was the Queen's Indian and Oparin's game. And indeed, after knight b5, he dropped the bishop back to e7. And okay, knight a6 was played. Moradiabadi got his rook to c1. Oparin improved his knight, and bishop f4. Okay, so we have something like a hedgehog structure by black, sort of a hedgehog-ish structure. Of course, Alshan is provoking the move d6. And grandmasters typically do not miss moves like e5, although, don't check my bullet history or you might find some similar blunders. Maybe he wants to go knight b5. And this idea also exists in the Sicilian, by the way. You're basically provoking black into playing e5. It seems like you're wasting a bunch of tempi, but you've created a major, major hole on d5. So the knight repositions to c3, and now it's, white's pieces are beautifully coordinated, and you're ready to seize control of the d5 square. Yeah, the same type of concept exists actually in Oparin's second game. This exact type of idea was played in a completely different opening. If I remember correctly, Oparin played the Rouser, and this began to resemble a Sveshnikov very quickly. So Oparin's opponent played bishop g5. Let's see if I can remember. Queen to d3 was played, this very rare move. And then, okay, I can also just pull up the game. Yeah, let me not embarrass myself, but this is worth showing just to see the similarity between very different lines. Also, white made a very instructive blunder later in the game. So bishop d7, knight db5, here we go. Knight b4, queen d1, queen b8, and here white played the same type of idea. Bishop f4, inducing e5 and simply returning to g5 to carve out the d5 square. Later in the game, white makes a very instructive blunder. So they reach an endgame. Fabiano Caruana, at this point, had graced me with his presence. We were watching this together, and we caught this move live. Knight g6 check. Shocking blunder by a player of a strong IM's caliber. So his idea, of course, is that he picks up one of the bishops, and he does. But after bishop f8, suddenly the rook ends up trapped. And the poor white bishop cannot find its way to any of the diagonals where it saves the bishop. So much so, white tries c4. White tries to gain some pawns for the rook, but black just casually recaptures. The rook is not going anywhere. The bishop cannot reach c4. And after a few more meaningless moves, white resigned. So this was Oparin's victory in the second round. Anyways, back to his current position. Yeah, this looks pretty much equal. I think Alshan should be happy with the outcome of the opening. I was a little bit skeptical of the way he was playing, but he's convinced me that his pieces have coalesced, and if Oparin does end up playing d6 and white plays knight b5, then he kind of gets what he wants. Maybe black can opt for d5, but I never really like combining. I prefer d6 in these structures. For black, just because a move like knight e5 could be very nasty, the c6 square becomes a weakness. b4 is possible. White could even drive the pawn up to b5 and create a long-term outpost on c6. So Oparin with some questions, let's put it this way. Some questions to answer. All right, so there's a couple of games at the top that we haven't looked at. A lot of moves have been played on board 4. Unfortunately, we don't have the camera for board 4, so we'll go back to the playing hall. Again, a note to the chat, if you're looking around chess.com/events and you see an interesting game unfolding on board 17, please let me know, just because I can't keep my eye on everything at the same time. But yeah, this is not much to keep an eye on here. There aren't a lot of pieces left. But Vasif Durarbaly from Azerbaijan had a setback in, I think, the first round, actually, or even the second round. He was completely winning. No, I think it was the first round. And made a tragic blunder in a totally winning endgame. Had to give up a draw, but has mounted his resurgence. So he is on 3.5 out of 4. And he plays Indian Grandmaster Aditya Samant. Okay, this was a Rui Lopez. Let's see how so many pieces were traded so quickly. Mainline Rui Lopez. Okay, white plays the anti-marshal. H3, D3. This is still pretty standard fare. Queen D7, also pretty normal. Rook at V8, okay. Bishop G5. I mean, I assume this is still theory. Knight D8. The knight swings around to E6. And now white begins to trade off a bunch of pieces. D4, ED, and a pretty unusual idea. Knight D5. Very interesting stuff. So, of course, black could defend the c-pawn with c5, but I would be terrified of allowing my kingside to get, violated like this. Bishop takes f6. Black can recapture the pawn or the bishop, but either way, the result is the same. Oh, yeah, also there's a fork on b6. I just noticed there's a fork on b6. Okay, so that's probably the actual reason black didn't play c5. Had nothing to do with the kingside. So black ends up taking. White recaptures with a pawn. And now, of course, c5 is going to be met with en passant. Yeah, board 5 with Danchenko is coming up next. So a trade of rooks. White recap. Wait, why is that an exclamation mark? Like, was anybody actually planning to take the pawn here rather than recapturing the bishop? I don't think so. Apparently a very important move. H6, knight drops back. And Durarbaly still plays c5. So he decides that, yeah, I'm going to accept that my pawn structure is damaged, but in return, I'm going to reactivate the bishop. This looks like a very pleasant position for white. But I was just about to say probably not enough to win the game. And as I say that, knight takes c6 was probably accompanied, sorry about that, by a draw offer. And you see this very often, this type of situation. So the lower rated player will take the draw. If Magnus was playing white, he would never take a draw here. If Fabi was on the white side, he would never take a draw. But it's not that white's decision is bad. After knight takes d4, the game's going to end in a draw, 10 times. Honestly, 19 times out of 20. Black has a weakness on d6, but on the other hand, a very strong bishop. Probably this is equal. Why was the engine giving us tiny edge for white? Okay, queen d2 is a very weird move here. I wouldn't personally consider it. I would take here automatically. Black centralizes the queen. Wow, queen f3 is another weird move. So this is quite a bit more tactical than it appears. Knight takes d4. Queen f7. Okay, so white ends up taking a bunch of pawns. Yeah, the moment you start analyzing the computer, the position stops making sense. Top of king h7. Why? Nobody knows. It's to prepare knight e2 check, of course. I honestly was too obvious to even mention. Look at this line. Queen a7. Rook takes f2. King takes f2. Queen f4. And of course, yeah, I mean, that's what the players calculated, but they decided not to, that this was unnecessary to play out on the board, and so they agreed to a draw. In reality, though, in all seriousness, queen d2 is a tiny edge for white, because the d4 pawn cannot be maintained. Queen e4, rook e1 chasing the queen back. Now, of course, you don't take on d4. Instead, you stick the bishop on d5. And, if I had this on the black side with Fabi or Magnus, I would hate my existence. But, if you're 150 points lower rated, it makes sense why he took a draw here. Anyways, somebody was asking me to look at Danchenko's game. Let's turn the Silicon friend or fiend, depending on who you ask, back off. What question did I get? Apparently it was wrong to take the pawn in the center. Well, let's take a look. So Danchenko has 3.5 out of 4. He faces Indian GM Gustav Chatterjee. And this was in Italian. Mainline Italian. A7, A5. Yeah, this is a very topical move. Rook E1. Normal. H3, bishop B6. Yawn. If Omnishi. Okay, bishop A7. You often see black playing knight A7, but bishop A7 is the more standard kind of retreating move. D4. Okay, knight E7. yeah, also very, very usual stuff. I mean, d takes c5 is rarely played here, just because white's so underdeveloped. So white drops the bishop back to f1, taking the sting out of a move like c6. Black reroutes the knight. Yeah, so this all seems very normal up until e takes d4, c takes d4, and d5, which is not the standard way that black plays. I mean, usually you see black keeping the tension, playing moves like c6 or rook e8, but black believes that it's a good time to change the structure in the center. Why doesn't black take on e4? My gut instinct is because of d5. I think it's... and actually on the previous move, you have the same problem. Like, let's say black takes here. I think d5 is a little trap. So the problem isn't that you can't defend the knight. You could even play bishop takes e3, rook takes e3. Wow, actually, maybe this should have been explored. Apparently, black is okay here. This is shocking to me because if bishop f5, white seems to win a piece by playing g4. But even here, it looks like black is better. But okay, like, probably black has some way of giving up a piece for 2 pawns, and the engine is saying that the king is so weak here that black should have considered sacrificing the piece. How exactly should the piece be sacrificed? Maybe like this. Knight takes f2, king takes f2. And black wants to quickly push f5 in these types of positions. I mean, I would be very tempted to take and go f5. Here, unfortunately, white could take back with the queen. That's the problem. And you don't get a chance to push f5. Okay, so probably just retreat the bishop somewhere. And my guess is that both players might have misevaluated this position. If I didn't have the Evo bar, I would have also misevaluated it. It doesn't look all that scary, but after black plays f5, the f file opens up, the knight's already in position, white's not very well developed. Yeah, this would be very scary. And remember, black has 2 pawns for the piece, so it's not like you made such a big material investment. So maybe knight takes e4 was the right path. However, white also has d takes e5, and this is the safer option. Yeah, so maybe this is what Danchenko was relying on, d takes e5. And here, of course, this is quite a bit more boring. Bishop e3, rook e3, d5. This is very similar to what they have in the game. But here, the center is a little bit more open. And I think Danchenko would be much happier with a position like this than with, yeah, well, obviously than a position where he's like getting mated. So black plays ed, cd, and now plays d5. Yeah, and here they get a structure which is more commonly occurs in a Scotch Gambit Italian. So what I'm talking about is if white plays a Scotch Gambit, which is d4, ed, bishop c4, one of the main lines here... Actually, wait, let me think. No. Not the move order that I want. Bishop c4, bishop c5. So it is in Italian, but there's a line where white plays d4, ed, and e5. I don't know what this is called. Black usually responds with d5, and you get this exact same structure with some very similar ideas. The only big difference is that black's bishop in this line is usually on e7, although it can remain also on the same diagonal. But this type of structure with white having superior control of the center, but black having a strong knight on e4, is not uncommon in this particular variation. So we fast forward to the live position. Yeah, I think white is better. I think white is better because white has all of the pieces on perfect squares. Like, you know, the pawn on h3 prevents bishop g4. The bishop on a7 exerts some pressure on d4, but it's super well protected, this particular pawn. Black is not really in a position to push c5 and try to undermine white's center. Maybe he's exploring that option. I don't like it. Typically, in these positions, black should consider the move f6. And maybe this is what he should do, try to chip away at white's central control. The issue is that even if white takes on f6, it's still the case that black is experiencing some problems with, you know, the stability of the knight on e4, for example. So as optically nice as black's position may appear, there's a lot of weaknesses hidden under the surface. So for instance, white could consider playing knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, and I was going to say knight g5. Maybe knight g5, bishop d5, there's this, knight h7. There's a beautiful tactic here, king h7, queen h5. So this is how quickly, because black has a bunch of these undefended pieces. Like bishop is undefended, the knight on g6 is not well defended here either. So black has to be very, very careful here. And guess what? Black has played the move f5. So he's made, you know, potentially the same move if Danchenko ends up taking en passant, which I think he will. Because if white does not take en passant, first of all, it's forced, according to Hikaru Nakamura, and, you know, he writes the rules of chess. But in all seriousness, if white does not take en passant, the bishop on e6 serves as a perfectly suitable blockader of this pawn. And taking the knight instead just does not look appealing in the slightest. Black could even take with a d pawn, vacating the d5 square for the bishop. Or black could take with the f pawn, also looks perfectly fine, opening up the f file. Okay. I think Danchenko will take on f6, and he has a nice advantage out of the opening. This is definitely a game that he wants to win. He's, you know, the stronger GM by quite a bit. And I'm asked to look at board 7. Sure. We can take a quick look at board 7 as well. By request. This is Hyman versus Nizhnik. Hyman beat Bortnik in the previous round, so he's riding a wave of success. Nizhnik made a quick draw in the previous round, so he's well rested and presumably ready to fight. Okay, so we have a Slav. Now, Nizhnik faced the exchange Slav in round 3. Nico Chasin played the same line against him. And actually, they're following that game. I think rook c1 deviates from that game. And we'll check out Fabi right after this one. So they traded on e5. Okay, this is... I don't really have time to comment on the intricacies of the opening, but f3 was disapproved of by the engine, and it does not look like a good move to me either. Just because it just doesn't seem like white is ready to push e4 and open up the center. Because, yeah, white's going to have the, you know, visually nice pawns, but these pawns can very easily be picked at by the combined forces of black's minor pieces and the queen. So, like, knight f6 is a huge threat. It's just like a double attack on the two center pawns. In addition, the move b7, b5 would cramp white's queenside activity by, you know, quite a bit, and it would create the threat of b4. So white kind of hesitates and decides to, okay, let's first develop our pieces. And here we go. There's that move b5. So this begs the question, well, why did you play f3 then? Because that in itself is a pretty weakening move. So, white, to be consecutive, should consider playing e4 at some point, but it's still too early to do that. You're going to experience the same problem. Like, you can castle. The problem is not the king safety. It's the fact that these pawns are just so poorly protected in the event that white pushes e4. Like here, black, I think, has b4, and immediately white loses the pawn. So, yeah, Hyman is in some opening trouble here, I think. Maybe he should play a3, but from a positional standpoint, this does not look appealing to me in the slightest. Bishop g5 is possible. Black could move the knight around to c4. Yeah, Ilya Nizhnik has a nice edge with the black pieces out of the opening. He's also nightmare pairing at 25.76, formerly 26.99, and can still play at that level when he's motivated. So, yeah, I don't think there was any need to play f3. I think just bishop e2, and white has a perfectly suitable position. This just looks very drawish. Yeah, Nizhnik would have probably castled and played b5 anyway, but f3 is a very committal move, and you better be sure that you're well-equipped to play e4 if you're making a move like f3. So, good stuff by Ilya. This is board 7. On board 6, we have Antipov versus Panchanathan. We'll get to that one as well, but we do want to keep checking back into our top board because not every day do you see Fabiano Caruana playing an open tournament. And in fact, I don't think we've seen him playing an open tournament since 2012, as he revealed yesterday in the press conference. And, well, that's way too formal of a term in the postmortem. Informal joint commentary session. He joined us in the booth. And if he's in a good enough mood, maybe he'll join us again tonight. John Michael Burke will try to prevent that. And Caruana did indeed play the move that happened in one of the games that I spotlighted. Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov from Russia played this move against Vokidov. And guess what? John Michael Burke plays Vokidov's move, rook f3. So they're still following this game. And looking at the time situations, I'm shocked that John Michael Burke basically arrived at this move independently because it's not an easy move to play. Let's see, is it the top computer move? I think it is. How do I... There we go. Let's see. Yeah, it's one of the top choices here at a low depth. And we saw that Romanov played the sort of stereotypical move Queen b6. But Queen b6, yeah, the engine is not a huge fan of. So this is where white's bread was buttered, so to speak. And the game continued knight a5. But knight c4 is just not a scary prospect because the bishop can just slide back to f2. And this is really the point of bringing the rook up preemptively. First of all, it's to discourage black from castling kingside because the rook could swing over to h3. Second of all, it's so that when the bishop drops back to f2, the influence of the rook is not counteracted, and white could, for instance, push f5 at the right moment. So instead of queen b6, black could explore the option of playing f6, but again, I mean, when you have the engine on, it all seems very, very obvious. Of course, I mean, you should play f6. It's a thematic move. But yeah, I quickly saw that rook h3 was recommended. And, you know, keeping your king in the center for a prolonged amount of time is just scary a priori. And if you castle at the wrong moment and you've already played f6, I mean, apparently this is still equal. Of course, when I look at this position, the first thing I think is 0.0. But okay, bishop d3. I guess black has to play g6. Here I'm already like spotting a bunch of tactics like g5 with threaten rook takes h7, but black could lock everything up with f5. So just to illustrate one of the ideas. I think actually f takes e5 is good for black because I was going to highlight rook takes h7 and how powerful this is. King takes h7, queen h5 is forced checkmate. But what does black have in this position to shut everything down? Let's see if the chat can wake up from their slumber. Board 23, we'll take a look. I think that's Canty's game. Yeah, that's on my list. So e4, yeah, e4 is just a party pooper. And without the bishop, white's attack reaches its end before it begins. Very good. So e4, maybe knight takes e4. I mean, white, yeah, king takes h7, knight f6 check. No, but this is just a complete dead end. No, forget it. But still, I mean, f6 takes nerves of steel, and this is why, for someone like Fabi, it's so dangerous to play these open events. Like, you get into a dogfight out of the opening against a strong GM, and you never know. Anything could happen. It's a 50-50 position. So f6 short castles here also definitely on his radar. And I'd be curious if John Michael Burke, you know, follows through on his campaign and finishes the rook lift, or is white going to take the opportunity to complete his development with bishop e3? Apparently this move is too slow. Maybe it walks into knight a5. Very complicated position. There's lots of choices on every move. It's up to who has the better understanding of the structure, who has the better timing. When does black play the move f6? Apparently now is a good time. And of course, if white does not meet f6 in the correct way, black again has to decide, am I taking on e5? And this type of transformation probably favors black because white loses, you know, white loses the mobility on the king side, the pawn mobility. The f-file opens up. Some trades happen. And once the trades happen, the d4 pawn becomes weaker with every trade. So first of all, there's always tactics that have to be considered. Second of all, positional move like bishop g5 has to be looked at. Third of all, queen b6 can happen at a pretty inconvenient moment. Yeah, apparently none of those are the correct move. Actually, maybe knight e5 can happen. Wow, what a tactic. Yeah, I think this is it. Knight e5 and then d4. What an idea. Bishop takes d4, bishop c6. The point is not that this wins the queen. It doesn't win the queen. It recaptures the bishop. Pretty incredible. This is how easy it is to lose control of the game. And after queen takes d4, it does look like black gets the upper hand here for obvious reasons. I mean, white's pawn on g4 would like to slide back to g2. It's arrived at the party and figured out it's been ambushed. But no, knight takes e5 I found merely by process of elimination, unfortunately. I tried the two other reasonable moves. The eval bar shut up. And after knight takes e5, the eval bar shut up. Just because it remained the same. The best news we could receive. Theodoru has a lot of transformations in his game. Let's flip on over there really quickly. Rook d8 was the last move, apparently disapproved of. I mean, this just seems to be getting progressively more unpleasant for Evan Park, who we remind you is on 4 out of 4. He's one of only 4 players with a perfect score. And he's by far the lowest rated of those players. He's at 2375. He's defeated 3 GMs in a row. Very impressive stuff. But, you know, he is human, and eventually he's going to be brought back to earth, and Nico Theodoru wants to be the guy who brings him to Earth. All right. How did this happen? So a5, we saw Theodoru playing the same move on the other side, h4. Okay. Pretty interesting move. I mean, setting up a lot of different ideas, setting up a g5 square for the knight potentially, a4, queen c1, indicating his intentions. King g7 was played to cover the square, and b4. Wow. b4 played anyway. The move that black was trying to prevent. Yeah, maybe Evan Park, like, too many hands spoil the broth, so a4 might have been unnecessary, because it actually, in the end, allowed white to play b4. The a file opened up, and typically the trades favor the side who has less space. However, the queen on a1 is a beautiful piece, because it x-rays the king, and so the c4 check idea becomes a serious possibility. Park plays rook d8. It's a very natural move. I have no idea why it's an inaccuracy. Now, apart from c4 check, or shall I say apart from c4 check, which is tempting but might run into knight d4. This probably is Evan's idea, to play knight d4, and now rook d1, he's in time to play e5. Yeah, this must be what he calculated. Perhaps Nico could start with b4. Perhaps Nico could start with b4 and provoke the queen to move up to c4. And unfortunately, I think b5 might be very unpleasant here. Just without calculating much, this looks nasty. Queen b5, c4 loses the queen. It's a discovered check. And if the knight moves back, black is forced to contend with a move like knight e5, on top of many other moves. Queen a5, hitting the rook. You know, I would have to think here to find the most accurate. b6 even to fix the b7 pawn on a weak and very attackable square. And it's not a good sign when, you know, you've got like 4 pieces left and one of them is still on its initial square. And by the looks of it, might remain on its initial square for the foreseeable future. So I wouldn't be surprised if this position is reached. And so far, all of the moves I've tried have apparently not been what the doctor ordered. I would also not rule out h5 at the right moment. Queen a3. I mean, white has a million choices, which is probably not a good thing. But no question that Theodoru was calling the shots here. He's got a big initiative. He's positionally better, and no question in my mind that he's very, very happy with the way this game is going. Okay, so he's made a move, and it is in fact b4. So I think high likelihood that this position is reached. And it's already moved 21, so this game is moving along with both players playing relatively fast. Okay, by the way, I want to point something out. On board 5, they've reached... I think black actually blundered this idea that I pointed out, because this is the live position, and I mentioned that bishop d5 here succumbs to this hidden tactic, knight takes h7, and it's never a good sign when you make a bunch of obvious moves and then start thinking. I'm 99% sure that black just blundered this move, and this is a disaster, because like there is no other good way to defend the e4 pawn. If you put the bishop on f5, this might be even worse. As a matter of fact, you're going to succumb to the same exact tactic, but with a slightly different idea. Queen h5 this time is checkmate. So, yeah, this is just not what Christoph Chatterjee had in mind, and it shows you how quickly the position can go down the drain. I mean, it looks totally normal 3 moves ago. Looks like a pretty standard, solid structure. You know, black might be slightly worse. Black tries to solve his problems dynamically, and he ends up creating problems dynamically. But yeah, the whole point here, once again, is bishop d5. If not for this tactic, then if black can just throw in the move c6, maybe with his sleeve, he can just adjust the pawn from c7 to c6, like that old Maurice Ashley in the Park video where the hustler tries to make 2 moves in a row. Sadly, not at the US Masters. My guess is that he only calculated queen h5. And my guess is that he saw h6. Maybe he even looked at knight h7 in this position and thought, I can just take the knight. It's a double-edged position. But the second move order is much more effective. Knight takes h7 is a disaster. Not only does black lose the h7 pawn, that's just the beginning of his problems. This is resignable, because you're going to lose this pawn. The light squares are killing you. I mean, I have no idea what black does here. I would say 1.3 or 1.5 is a modest evaluation, if anything, because apart from just winning this pawn, Danchenko could also play the move rook c1, and then he would be threatening knight takes c6, bishop c4 with a pin against the queen. This could be a miniature. Gustav is probably, his head is probably in his hands right now. And yeah, Danchenko might be thinking of all the restaurants that he could make before they close. It's still very early. We haven't even hit the second hour of play, and already a nearly winning position on board 5. Board 4 was a quick draw. Vasif Jorabeli and Aditya Samant will have a quick day. Theodoru was better on board 2, and we just looked at board 1. So let's keep going around the horn. I have to... Whoa! Another draw. So before I was even able to say Ilya Nizhnik 10 times in a row, draw is agreed, and honestly, I am shocked because black is better here. Nizhnik, as the higher rated player, is a better position with black in 15 moves, and he agrees to a draw. And I mean, it's not hard to see that black is the more pleasant side of this symmetrical structure. He's made all the moves he's wanted to make. The rook can join the game via c7. Clearly, Hyman played this impulsive move f3, hoping to play e4, thought better of it, and then just like dropped his pieces back. Okay, now he's probably, insinuating that he wants to play e4, but Nizhnik could go even knight f6 to prevent it. I still don't understand why e4 is so scary for black. Like, if black plays the move rook c7 here, I still think e4 kind of plays into black's hands. And most importantly, the eval bar agrees. In fact, it just blunders a pawn. Takes, takes, takes. Not the app. But what black does. Takes, 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 and obviously the rook is hanging, so he still can't play e4. White would presumably castle here. But Nizhnik has a million moves. I mean, knight b6, knight f6, b4. Yeah, strangely, just a lack of ambition by Ilya, but I guess part of his tournament strategy, so this is a draw agreed. A good day for Hyman. He beats Bortnik, he draws Nizhnik. Win with black and draw with white. Just like, just like the ancient wisdom dictates. So what else do we have? We have board 6, Antipov versus Panchanathan. Let's take a quick look at this one. I had some requests to look at James Canty's game. A draw was agreed also on board 16. Arav Dengla versus Yair Parhov from Israel. So, as I said at the very beginning, this is a common occurrence where you have like 150, maybe 200 point rating difference, and the higher rated player might be tired. So you'll see a lot of draws, like where the higher rated player has the black pieces and is okay with a quick draw, wants to conserve energy. So not really a surprise yet. James Canty's in some trouble on board 23. Well, we'll take a look at that momentarily. Let's go to the playing hall. And look at this position quickly. Nothing crazy, but looks like a very pleasant position for Antipov. Panchanathan defeated Lazaro Bruzan in the previous round. Very nice game. But here he made the interesting choice to play a Philidor. Okay, no comment. Now Antipov responds by kind of playing a pretty tame version where he puts the pawn on d3. People might be used to white always going d4, but that's not the only way to play. And Antipov plays a more modest type of setup. White still has a slight advantage here. I like this setup a lot. Okay, so pretty normal play. Panchanathan actually drives the pawn to d4. I don't love this setup for black because this ensures knight f d7. Yeah, I don't know what I think about this piece arrangement. It's quite clear that Antipov is, executing the typical maneuver, but I actually would not automatically play the move knight g3 here. I think that c3 opening up the center is a very thematic approach just because black apparently has graduated from the need to develop pieces. Maybe black wants to go knight c5 here and solve problems tactically, but this is always an approach that is doomed to fail. When you don't have anything developed like this, you're going to walk into some tactic like knight takes e5. Yeah, probably this one exactly. Rook e5, cd, and bad. You're going to lose your only developed piece. And everything is on the 8th rank on move 17. Also a bad sign. Okay, so that's not his intention. Okay, c5 is possible, but you can just see how many weaknesses and light square holes are created in this position. White can do a bunch of different things like rook c1, C takes c4 can be played. Oh, Evo hates that move for some reason. Black is better now, apparently. But not because of the recapture. Probably because of CD, and I've given up the c5 square for black's knight. So here the knight from d7 can move up to c5 and hit the d3 pawn. So probably white should keep the tension. But it's quite clear that there's just no way that this smells. This smells and it doesn't smell like roses, let's put it this way. Or like a new car wash. Bishop d5 is very tempting here, but then the knight could move up to b6. So maybe Antipov could put the knight on g3 here. But in a blitz game, I would be inclined to play kind of a cagey move like rook c1, something to that effect. Just accumulating the pieces and waiting for a good opportunity to play cd. Okay, c3, c5 is on the board already. Let's see what the... Okay, of course, g4. That's not going to happen. The second move is queen b3, rook e6, and then g4. Yeah, somehow g4 did not come to my mind at all. If Antipov is going to play on the king side, he's going to go knight g3. Has he made a move? No, he hasn't made a move. But for some reason, yeah, the computer's very optimistic here. Knight b6. If only I'd known that you can go all this time without developing any pieces, my chess play would have looked a little bit different. But in all seriousness, when the center is closed, you can often get away with this kind of dubious play. Like the bishop comes out to e6. If black can neutralize white's strongest piece and then quickly get the knight out, like the d3 pawn is a backward pawn. So from that perspective, g4, laying the groundwork for a kingside attack, it makes sense once it's played, but so do all computer moves. We're all geniuses once we find out what the suggestion is. Yeah, so I actually think g4 in this position is... I don't know what the computer move is, but I think g4 makes a lot of sense. I think people agree with me. No, just kidding. So we'll see. Okay, maybe I overestimated. Maybe I overestimated Antipov's position. And Magesh is very strong positionally. He knows what he's doing. He's very good at understanding these unconventional pawn structures. And yeah, he's a positional wizard. So anything with a closed center, I wouldn't want to face him. Okay. So, wow, we have Caruana's game is actually, I think, following the Romanov game from the database. Let's have a quick look at Canty's game. We had a request, and then we'll go back to... Okay, we have a crazy position on board 17, actually. Let's quickly stop off there. This is Liran Zhao versus Mitraba Guha, who I want to say lost to Nico Theodoru in the previous round. Of course, when you look at this position, you think Caro-Kann. That's like the first thing you think. Clearly, this came from a Caro-Kann. But this did actually come from a Caro-Kann. And it came from this very fashionable line. Like this, okay, this was fashionable maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. Everybody was playing it at some point. This knight f3 and d3 line. And the big revelation was that this endgame, despite all appearances, is not that easy for black to equalize it. In fact, I think white has a slight edge here. That might be the latest. So black started to play without d takes e4. Mitraba is a lifelong Caro-Kann player, so he knows this line. So he plays it kind of French style with f6, c4. Wow, so this is how we reached this very interesting structure. More trades, more trades. And here, instead of e6, black played knight c6, aiming for quick development. Knight takes d5, knight takes d4. And I think clearly this was missed by Mitraba. Bishop h6. What a move. What a move. Everything is hanging. And by everything, I mean like the bishops. Okay, everything. We can just say everything. And black actually has quite the task here of deciding what to do. So neither of the two captures just looks all that attractive to me. Knight takes b5 might be the better of the two. Bishop takes g7, rook g8 leads to not, the kind of position that you normally look for out of the Caro-Kann. Black is probably not lost here. You could play e6 or something, but this looks pretty ugly. And if you take the other piece, if you play bishop takes h6, this looks a lot worse. The main detail here is that black is unable to castle because of bishop takes d7. This is the fulcrum on which the whole operation stands. Queen d7, knight f6 check, and this picks up the queen. So very interesting position. I don't want to bog down too much on the lower boards, but just wanted to spotlight what an interesting battle we had. In one last line, queen a5 check. This is kind of instructive to know. This is very common, where white can meet queen a5 with b4. Anytime the knight's on d5, really, this tactic exists. And the bishop is untouchable because of the fork on c7. So, up to Mitraba now to solve his problems. And quickly, I had some requests to look at James Canty's game against Luke Anatole. So, this was a Moscow variation, Sicilian, of course, by James. But slightly odd by Canty to just give up the center like this. This is definitely not the way you're supposed to play. I think he was much worse out of the opening. Whoa, 97, what a move by white. That is not a tactic that is... I don't know if I've ever seen this particular move before. Knight d5 takes e7. Yeah, king e7 and e5. The involuntary bomb cloud. King f8, Canty says, let's get out of there. Rook c1, very positional move. Yeah, you know, white just gets the open file because it's a totally normal position. Now, of course, there is no hurry to take the knight, so white's logic makes sense here. But I would be looking for something a little bit more zesty in this position than rook c1. This lets Canty off the hook a little bit. He's able to get some trades. Okay, bishop b5, nice little move to get the bishop to a better square, protect the pawn. Now, white is still better, of course, and the queen gets to d5. Rook a6. And maybe this was overlooked by Luke Anatole. The difference, of course, is that if he had gone rook d8, now there is this tactic bishop takes d6 check, deflecting the queen. But rook a6 is really nice because bishop d6, of course, there's rook d6. And the frustrating thing is that you don't have anything to e5 because the black bishop defends the queen. So Canty's next move is going to be king g7. And if black consolidates, you know, maybe he drops the bishop back to c6. Black does have the bishop pair. So white's initiative might be fizzling out here. Good news for Canty fans. He's also streaming on his channel. So I think you can take a look at his Twitch channel if you want exclusive coverage of his game. And I think a good time to go back to Fabi's game for a second, then I'll go on a little break. And as we enter the second hour of play, I'll be taking a couple of breaks. But the fun part is still ahead. This is round 5 of the US Masters. So fascinating stuff here. Fabi plays queen b6, which is precisely the move played. They're still following this game. Bishop e3, knight a5, still following the game. Rook b1. Okay, which tournament? I really wonder which tournament this was. This was 2024 Event Challengers. Okay, my guess is this is Tata Steel. So let's have a look. This is Vakita versus Romanov. Let's just get a sense of how this game continued. So this position is on the board in Fabi's game. Okay, knight c4, bishop f2. f6 was played. Now, very importantly, knight b2. I'll show this in the Fabi board, but that definitely is not a move. Bishop to d3, kind of discouraging black from castling. We saw the trade. And black said, I can't castle short, I can't castle long. So I don't need your help. I'm just going to escape on my own 2 feet. Rook infiltrated to f7. I mean, I have to say this looks very, very scary for black. Okay, the game ended in a draw. White played king g1. Yeah, very convoluted game. Rook h6. I mean, I would think this is 2 computers playing if I didn't know it was 2 humans. Knight a2. I mean, yeah, I have no idea what... This might be the weirdest game I've ever seen. King back to g1. So the king went from h and triangulating in the middle game. What? Rook f7, rook c7. What is going on here? He's sacking a queen. Check. And of course a draw. Yeah, obviously. Okay, so then into the drawn endgame. Yeah, this was a pretty simple game and no need to analyze this one. I think we'll skip the... This was way too... This is insulting our intelligence with its simplicity. But this is why I keep repeating the word complex. And this is why, you know, fears of chess getting solved are greatly exaggerated, because you get a structure like this and you analyze 5 minutes with the computer and you figure out how much you don't know about the game. Like, you have no idea what to do. First of all, John Michael Burke has to figure out that knight takes b2 is not a move. When you're playing Fabi, moves like this are a lot scarier because you start seeing ghosts. Trust me, I've experienced it. In fact, I don't see off the top of my head how this move is punished. I'm positive that there is a way to do it. But here's the thing. And bishop f2 has been played. Queen d2, bishop takes... bishop takes a3. And now white has to be very careful. So clearly this knight can be targeted, and this bishop can also be targeted simultaneously. I think knight d1 is the key move. And very important detail, if black plays knight c4, you don't play bishop takes c4 because the rook on b1 is undefended. But you actually can take the queen, and at the end of the line, the bishop on e3 is hanging. So this move, rook f3, was just an excellent move for so many different reasons. The rook ends up being very useful in the third rank. And you can see the time ticking down for both players. I mean, Fabi has virtually spent half his time. The time control is 90 plus 30 for the whole game. 90 minutes with a 30-second increment. There is no additional time on move 40. So I've already forgotten how the... Yeah, so f6 was played by Evgeny Romanov. If Fabi doesn't like f6, I think he also might castle here. The scary thing about castling is that you're allowing the move f5, first of all. Now, sometimes f5 can be met with f6, and white might not be able to sustain this chain reaction that happens. So my guess is Jean-Michel Burke is most likely relying on bishop to d3. But already, there's ideas of sacking a bishop on h7. There's the threat of rook h3. And the basic idea is, like, what is black doing on the queen side? If black cannot take on b2, then this entire operation, this procedure, shall we say, that black has initiated is not leading to the desired effect, and white's just ignoring it. Jean-Michel Burke is playing an excellent game so far. I think the ball is in black's court, but Fabi has had his difficulties in this tournament, and so far he has remained on top with an excellent game in the previous round in particular. But it's 2 games a day. Everyone is susceptible to fatigue, and your rating does not shield you from, human effects. Okay. JMB is walking around. He seems confident. Fabi seems to be about to make a move, so let's wait before going on a break and see what move he makes. 2,805, Fabi's current rating, number 2 in the world. He's gained all the rating back that he lost in his prolonged slump. He's back on excellent form and looking to get into the next candidates and as ambitious as ever. How much elo would Fabi lose if he lost this game? I would say about 6.5 points or so. Yeah, I mean, how dare you lose to a super booked up 2600 GM with black? -7. Yeah, go fall under 2800. Now, he wouldn't fall under 2800, but... Oh, the Romanov versus Vakitov game, somebody says, is not Tata Steel Challengers. It's the Uzbek Chess Challengers. Very recent game from like 2 months ago. What a coincidence. Someone in my chat informs us that Stockfish at a very high depth gives queen d8. I actually think this move makes perfect sense, queen d8, because Fabi might think to himself, he played queen b6 kind of impulsively, and my coach would call this saying sorry. Okay, a move didn't work out, so you're just like, politely, I'm sorry. Let's get the queen back to d8, and maybe at some point the bishop could come out to h4. So you're basically saying, I'm aware that you're attacking on the king side. I'm going to bring the beef back. Also, I think this is a tactical point. Bishop d3, there might be this hidden tactic, knight takes b2, taking the defender away. So paradoxically, the queen attacking the b2 pawn is a bad thing. Because here, obviously, queen d2, the knight is free to move about the cabin and take the bishop. If white takes on b2, black takes c3. And this is clearly not a positive transformation for white. So, queen d8 is a Fabi move. I think Fabi is the kind of player who thinks for 20 minutes and then finds a move like queen d8. Yeah, his hand is like, he might be like 30 seconds away from making a move or 10 minutes away from making a move. It's like, you call the elevator, the moment you decide to take the stairs, the elevator appears. So maybe I should just say that I'm going on a break and he's going to make the move. Okay, Fabi, I'm going on a break. It's time to make a move. And, no, he retracted his hand. Looked at the camera. We'll wait for his move. So in the meantime, there's no hurry. I'm now too invested. Let's take a quick look at the Theodoru game and keep Fabi on the camera. Because in Theodoru's game, wow, lots is happening. Every time I look at this game, it's like a different game. And, okay, so
b4, queen c4 happened. Theodoru did not play b5. So the game on the left is not Fabi's game, it's Theodoru's game. h5 was played instead, which also makes sense to me. Evan Park responded f6, building up the wall of defenders, kind of preparing for a free kick. Queen c1, e5, which is a very reasonable move. I mean, God forbid he's trying to develop his bishop on c8. And h6 check, driving the pawn to a really nasty little square, forcing the king back. And I would ignore the eval bar. I mean, it's going to swing from like 0.2 to 0.8. The fact of the matter is Evan Park has been under pressure really since move 12 of this game, and it's move 25. So what often happens in these types of games is the higher rated player will just like keep the pressure up, keep creating threats constantly. And eventually, despite very dogged resistance, the low rated player will crash. There we go. The stream is back. All right, guys. The guys watching in the chat, just refresh your browser. Just refresh your browser. We're back. Yeah. So just highlighting, I was saying typical Nico, and then he got mad and he disconnected the stream. But I mean this in a good way. Queen c6, there's knight e5. And that's why I said this is a nasty pawn, because whenever there's a pawn on h6 like this, you're constantly going to get this mate threat on g7, and it's a double attack. You're going to win the bishop back with 2 extra pawns. So, and did he just, yeah, and he blundered something very similar. I think he just blundered a different version of the same tactic. Wait a second. He's played bishop g4. And let me do some calculations. So bishop c6, queen c6, knight e5, queen e5, queen d7. Yeah, queen g5 with a fork. Very good. So it takes... Wait a second. Apparently that's not the move. Let's take a moment here just to think, because +4 or whatever this is means there's just a win in this position. But let's not forget that Evan Park missed it, so it's not going to be easy. This is a fun challenge. I mean, Black's position looks horrible, but it smells like there's something. It's a very infuriating situation. Nico has 50 minutes, though. Queen b6 has to be considered again, of course. Yeah, queen b6 and b5. I think queen b6 just wins. And this is a very common type of blunder, where here my instinct was to play queen b6, and the reason b5 is innocuous is because the knight... Okay, maybe not knight e7, knight d8 or something. It doesn't matter. The bishop on e6 blocks the access to the f6 pawn. Evan Park probably calculated that, but forgot to calculate it again. And queen b6 here just wins. Rook d7, b5, very good. Chat for pointing this out. b5. The game is over if Nico finds queen b6. It's over. And queen takes f6, Black's position collapses. Now, I'm curious why bishop takes c6 is not as good. Not nearly as good. Because somebody in the live audience here pointed out... so somebody in the live audience pointed out this idea, queen g5. Sadly, I think Black has queen d7 protecting both the rook and the bishop. However, and this is like the only reason Nico would miss this is if he's tempted by this position. And this does look like a very tempting position, but I think Black can hold on with queen d7. And, White would love to go queen f6 and rook e7, but queen f6, rook f8 doesn't look inspiring. I thought maybe f3 can be tried, but again, and even bishop h5... Or I guess, yeah, bishop f5 is probably a better version. Yeah, this kind of looks like a dead end. Very important point is that rook d1, trying to deflect the queen, never works because queen takes d1 as a check. If White's king was on h2, this would work perfectly. Yeah, Nico's going to find this. I mean, in a classical game, with 50 minutes on the clock, he's just going to win this outright after queen b6. Incredible stuff by Theodoru. Great opening, put some pressure on his opponent. And a very misleading eval bar. 0.8 is understating the case here by quite a bit. Apparently, yeah, I mean, like, queen b5 is not a move that, like, why would you ever make such a move? It's, like, such a weird, awkward move. The point, of course, is to stop both of White's ideas at the same time. It makes sense. You stop queen b6, and you stop these knight takes c5 ideas. Bishop c2, repositioning the bishop to b3. Now bishop e6 is a mistake. Of course, knight d2, very obvious move. Just kidding, of course, but the knight gets around to e4. But White's ideas are not that difficult here. Like, a lot of these maneuvers, Black has so many weaknesses everywhere on the board that for a human to defend this, especially against a gifted tactical player like Nico, is way too unrealistic of an order. So if he finds queen b6, we're going to get a result here within 15 minutes. Fabiano has indeed made a move, so our patience has not been in vain. Knight c4 played, bishop f2 played, and he's played queen c6. So finally, we have deviated from the Romanov game. Okay, so Fabi does move his queen. He does, decide that the queen is quite awkward on b6. And as we've discussed, he's also taking this move very seriously, bishop d3. Is he intending knight takes b2 in response? Well, this has to be assessed independently because white does have rook takes b7 here. And I would be terrified of this position with black because you can't castle for many reasons. The queen is awkwardly placed, and my instinct, were I John Michael Burke, would still be bishop d3 in this position because black's next move is probably to castle and to keep expanding on the queen side. Anybody's game. Really, the next 10, 15 moves of this game are going to be pivotal with a lot of decisions that have to be made. And the meta strategy here is to decide which decisions are you going to actually calculate out. You can't invest 20 minutes on all of them. In fact, you can only spend 20 minutes really on one move. And you have to decide, well, what's that going to be? Again, f5 I don't like. f5, f6. Okay, maybe here white is better, but f5, black also has h5. I mean, I think f5 is just not the right plan here. I think white's plan is to just use these pawns as a base, and then to only push f5 really if black castles kingside. To push it when the king is in the center seems premature. So on that note, I'll go on a break. We'll keep a very close eye on this game, but Theodoru has found queen b6, so he is going to win either in this position. Black might resign right now, not impossible, or 2 or 3 moves. So when we come back in 5-7 minutes, we're likely to have a result in Nico's game. 26 moves, all it took for him to crush Evan Park, who's still having the tournament of his life. He'll go on 4 out of 5. He'll still be on track for a GM norm, and he'll have the white pieces tomorrow. So not the end of the world. But Nico Theodoru likely to be our first perfect score with 5 out of 5. To be joined, if there is a winner in JMB versus Caruana. You can follow the games on chess.com events if you're watching remotely while I'm on break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you guys soon. US Masters round 5 resumes with a third hour of action in just a few.
Okay. Back we are here at the U.S. Masters. It's 7 p.m. on the dot in Charlotte, North Carolina, the site of probably the strongest tournament ever held, open tournament ever held in American soil. 50-plus Grandmasters on the camera there. Not the middling GM at the top, but the GM handling the black pieces is Fabiano Caruana, who is on a perfect score. Yes, he is playing in this tournament. He is rated 2805, and he has 4 points out of 4 games played thus far. This is round 5, the second round of the day. And Jean-Michel Burke has just played knight c3, back to a2. Welcome everybody watching on Twitch, on my channel, and on Charlotte Chess Center Twitch. We will be getting a short interview with the founder of the Charlotte Chess Center and the organizer of the U.S. Masters, Peter Giannatis. Will be entering the studio at some point shortly. In the meantime, there are 4 players with a perfect score. Caruana, his opponent in this game, Burke, Nicholas Theodoru. Nicholas Theodoru will be the first perfect score. He is crushing Evan Park, an international master who's having the tournament of his life. Then there is a group of players, quite a few players on 3.5 out of 4 who have given up a single draw. They include Mark Hyman, who has already drawn Ilya Nizhnik, Razvan Priodo, who plays Andy Woodward on board 8. That's a really interesting game that we'll have to revisit momentarily. Alexander Donchenko has a big advantage on board 5 against Gustav Chatterjee. Aditya Samant has drawn Vasif Darabeli on board 4, so they both have 4 out of 5 and an early night. And Alshan Moradiabadi is going to draw, I think, Grigory Oparin on board 3. That's been a pretty balanced game throughout. Oparin has a symbolic advantage in a knight versus bishop endgame. So before we delve more deeply into this game, let me just quickly show you how far board 3 has progressed. I think a draw for might be imminent here. I'm not really seeing much to go on other than sort of a symbolic edge by black, just because this pawn is isolated, but it's it's a purely hypothetical advantage. Yeah, this was really. I'm honestly glad we haven't looked at this game too much, because it really hasn't been much to write home about. I stopped covering it around here, bishop f4. I mentioned that d6 would lead to some interesting complications, but instead Oparin went a6. Okay, stopping this knight from swinging over to b5. Then Alshan played a very, I don't know how to characterize this move. Move that will compel the commentator to stay away from the game. Knight e1, just leading to a trade. Oparin instead went d5, okay. So that allowed the knight to move up to d3. Rook c8, knight b3. Yeah, Alshan just seems to be very peacefully minded, shall we say, this game. And now this led to like a gargantuan set of trades. Takes. It's like someone who's downloaded the app too many times. Takes, and then takes again. Wow. Okay. So this led to a very equal endgame. I guess rook c1 might seem a little bit unusual, because Alshan is allowing this trade on f4 with check. Instead, he could have played bishop d2, but I think he was quite worried, and probably rightfully so, not about rook c2. I don't think he was worried about this move, probably because white can get away with rook c1. I'm not totally sure. I mean, this has to be calculated, but I think rook c1 is good for white. Black has to trade rooks, because if black takes on b2 here, if I'm understanding this correctly, there's e4. And the point of e4 is that it forces the knight away. And the point of forcing the knight away is that in this position, with the knight no longer on d5, you have this nasty little move. Looks like black can still hold a draw, but, who would ever wish this upon themselves? I think he was actually worried about bishop f6. Maybe, apparently Eval Bars is complaining about this as well. Maybe still rook c1. I mean, this still looks like a draw. So clearly black had something here that white didn't like. a5 perhaps? Maybe a5 is the secret sauce. Maybe f5. I have no idea, honestly. Apparently it is f5. No, but this is... Yeah, this cannot possibly be any better for black. This is just a draw. Okay, so this was also possible. But Alshan went rook c1 right away, really just forcing pieces off the board and deciding that the knight would be perfectly good enough here, serviceable,
holding white's weakness on f4 in firm control. Yeah, I mean, I don't think either side really can make much progress. Computer is showing a dead draw. I mean, black can pretend to play with g5. And maybe if you had to say that one side has to be more careful, it's probably white that has to be more careful. But white can probably just tread water. Like, among other things, white could even just probably put the pawns on light squares and basically ask Oparin, how are you going to make any further progress? Okay, maybe king g6. Black can try to get the king to h5, but when he does, the white king can slide over to g3. And what's important to point out is I even wouldn't be opposed to this pawn structure for white, because the white king can just hold all three pawns defended at the same time. I think we might get a handshake here pretty soon. And Alshan has indeed played b3. This is where the players might start exchanging eye contact and, looking not so subtly at their watches. Like, okay, it's like, let me go so that I can, make dinner at a reasonable hour. Grigori is, he's at 30 minutes, which is ample time for an endgame of this simplicity. Really, the only question is, will he play g5? Will he flesh this position out? Someone like Bobby Fischer would play until bare kings, famously. But in a tournament with 2 games a day, you really have to conserve your energy. You have to be smart about it. Antipov's game looks very exciting. I'm getting a tip that Mikhail Antipov has a very sharp position against Magesh Panchanathan. I'm also seeing, first let me just quickly get to Prou versus Woodward, because Andy might be in some trouble here. I'm smelling a knight sacrifice on f5 from a mile away. I mean, I'm pretty far from the playing hall, but Razvan Prou is, he's actually the co-author of a book on attacking chess with a fellow Canadian master, which I have. It's quite a good book, and he's the right person to write it, just because Prou is, this is why I mentioned, I was quite surprised he played one knight f3, and he is one of those guys who's played e4, from the moment he learned chess up until present day, but he deviated with, maybe a little inspiration drawn from Ding Liren, who played his own original opening today. Unfortunately, that led to a quick and very uneventful draw, but Prou did not put his bishop on a3. Instead, he played the more conventional set of developing moves. And yeah, he did play a very interesting idea, b4. And that pawn essentially remained indirectly defended for a very long time. Eventually, he just ended up sacrificing it. Or no, he's still defending the pawn. He still has a trick, because the bishop takes f6. Look at this, knight f6. And now again, queen a4 check. So he avoids playing a3 forever. Like, he just never defends the pawn. And Andy Woodward never takes it. Instead, Woodward centralizes his knight, but just on bishop c2 and bishop a1. Andy pushes c5, but he might be inviting the devil to his house, because if white plays knight f5, I mean, there is no doubt in my mind that this has to work out for white. White's pieces are all trained at the king side. Andy's down to 20 minutes, and I mean, white's going to push f4 and chase this knight out of e5. This is like an attacking player's dream. Now, it's easy for me to say and to sacrifice other people's pieces, but okay, you can see that f4 apparently is not even the most accurate move. The question for white is, does he flick in? And probably the answer to this is yes. He should flick in the move bc, because black will have to play bc. And apart from the obvious f4, you also have to reckon with rook b6 at the right moment. And I emphasize at the right moment, because if you play it impulsively, maybe it runs into knight c4. So this is how easy it is to lose the initiative. Your knight c4 hits the rook, protects the bishop, and the advantage is handed over to black. But there's no reason for white not to throw in bc. And you never know when you might have a need for a move like rook takes b7. It's really easy, I think, to just throw out the obvious moves like f4, but for Razvan Prou, it'll be a matter of playing very accurately here. d4 is also a major candidate move here, basically doing the same thing from the other side. So I'm really not sure what the best move is in this position. And if he does play f4, which is, to me, the obvious move, black will probably drop the knight back, and probably Andy is just hoping that white's not going to find a clear follow-up to the attack. Because, like, white can take the bishop on d6, but you can kind of tell that white will not be able to drive the point home just with two bishops in the attack. White will need
to bring in the cavalry. Maybe queen f3. Yeah, but that's a little bit uninspiring. So it's easy to play knight f5. It's harder to follow up properly. We'll see if Razvan ends up sacking the knight. I could bet a silver dollar that he will. But a lot of work to do here and potential trouble for Andy. He's got this against the wrong guy. Let's go back to the second board, Theodoru, and watch him as he puts the finishing touches on a the game is over. Apparently, yeah, just a absolutely blistering victory over the seemingly undefeatable Evan Park, who's defeated 3 GMs in a row, but his Cinderella run, is not necessarily brought to an end. He's on 4 out of 5. He still is having the tournament of his life, but Nico Theodoru, no easy opponent with the black pieces, and he's been showing tremendous form. He will be on a perfect 5 out of 5, and he'll play the winner of Fabiano Caruana versus John Michael Burke. If Fabi and Burke make a draw, Theodoru will likely play Fabiano because their colors also work out with the black pieces too. Pretty hard game coming up for Theodoru tomorrow morning. So it's good that he'll get that extra bit of rest. All right. What else do we have here? We can hopefully catch the handshake in this game. I mean, I'm thinking Theodoru's actually thinking in this position. He's enjoying his life. This is the stage of the game where both players know the results. Both players know what's that the handshake is coming, but Theodoru is just savoring the last few moments before the score sheets are signed and the reality sets in that he's probably playing Fabi tomorrow and he has to get cracking on the preparation. But this is still those pleasant moments and the game hasn't finished yet, so you get to sit there and revel in the moment. Yeah, Nico, of course, I think completing his master's degree, I want to say, at St. Louis University, and I think moving back to Greece over the summer, returning to chess full-time, as he very well should. He's incredibly talented, and I think has the potential for 2,700, if this tournament is any indication. No, Valbuena says beating 3 GMs in a tournament, regardless of their rating, gets you one of the 3 norms. No, that is not an automatic norm. For a GM norm, you need to score a rating performance of 2,600 or higher. Still, beating 3 GMs is definitely a great way of doing that. But if Evan Park loses, the rest of the games in the tournament, he's not even going to come close. So he at the very least, I think, needs to score 50% at a minimum, I would estimate, in the remaining 4 games. It can be harder than it seems. The 2,600 performances requires consistency from beginning to end. Okay, let's wrap this up, Nico. We are in a 15-minute delay here, so the game apparently did end already. I can spoil that secret for you. Not that it's really a secret for anybody. Yeah, I mean, the computer, what's hilarious is even queen e5, I didn't even see this move, even queen e5, this is probably what he's considering. Queen takes e5 is possible. Beautiful little move, and queen e8 is simply a mate threat. So black is forced to play the rather sad queen e6. Bishop takes f3, and white is 2 pawns ahead, and also just positionally completely winning. And it's funny, after king f8, the best move is rook d5, forcing the rooks off the board, and now the knight is completely dominated by the bishop. So this is quite possibly how the game ended, if I had to predict. Because having devoted like 5+ minutes to this position, this tells me that Nico, he's the kind of guy who likes, putting the cherry in the drink. And, as I say that, he does play bishop takes f3, and that might trigger an immediate handshake. All right. Yeah, you can see Evan Park there. Agony for black. This is way, way, way beyond salvation. Fabiano's game has had a turnaround, apparently, according to the eval bar at least. Let's go back to Fabi's game. I mean, we'll keep Nico on this camera just to see, just so we can catch the handshake. That's sort of a commentator's habit. But let's have a look here at Fabi's game. Wait a second. Yeah, Fabi suddenly in the driver's seat here.
And let's turn the engine back off. But wait a second. Fabi seems to be making progress on the queen side, and John Michael Burke is bumbling and stumbling around on the first two ranks. So let's see what happened here. Knight e2 was like maybe a step in the wrong direction, but okay. Fabi playing a5, preventing the knight from jumping to b4, and really aiming to clamp down on the queen side with a4. Fabi very, very good at using his pawns, like something I noticed. You know, even the move a5 itself, he played it to great effect in the first round. And there's that handshake in the Theodoru game. As Evan Park probably going to wonder what he did wrong there in that London system. You know, how did I lose to a London system in 29 moves? He had some good preparation, but just didn't seem well enough acquainted with the subtleties of the position, allowed Nico to open up the center, allowed him to drive the pawn to h6, too many concessions. And maybe the position could have been held by a computer, but from a human perspective, there were too many threats and very, very skillful attacking display by Theodoru. First positional and then transforming the advantage into an initiative and finally capping it off with a short but precise conversion process. So Fabi playing a5 and John Michael Burke, like I was not expecting him to move the rook to the queen side at all. Rook c3 seems a little bit heavy-handed and it plays right into Black's hands. Fabi says, okay, I was going to do that anyway. He plays a4. So, like, what really is the rook doing here? The pin might look very nice, but this knight is completely impervious to any kind of serious attacks. And bishop takes c4 is, you know, going to get, you know, any Russian coach would just immediately kick you out of the tournament, out of the chess camp. You cannot allow the light squares to be weakened like this. So Burke plays knight c1, but I mean, you can, I think, clearly see two players with different levels of understanding in this position. Fabi continues his plan of queenside expansion. I think it's quite clear Burke wants to get his knight to d3. But look at what he's done. He's, instead of like preparing f5 or aiming his pieces at the king side, he's gotten his rook from f3 to c3, and he's gotten his knight from c3 to d3. And this has taken him like 4 moves. In the meantime, Fabi has like beautifully arranged his knight on c4. He has justified bringing the queen to the queen side. He's rendered this pin completely harmless. And white has literally achieved nothing. Like, what is the knight really doing here? The bishop is doing a great job controlling these squares. Now, Caruana will now have to decide, is he going to continue expanding on the queen side, or is he now going to switch his attention to the f6 idea? Now, the computer has never liked this move. Okay, no, Burke does play bishop d3, thank God. But wait a second. Wait a moment. Am I missing? Okay, knight b2, rook c6, knight t1, rook c8, bishop c8, bishop b5, bishop d7. Just trying to calculate. There's a tactic here with knight b2. Clearly, Burke sees this, I think. He's not somebody who misses this stuff. But this is pretty dicey. There's a potential checkmate there, actually. Let's just put this on the board. Knight takes b2. Uvalbar doesn't move. Knight takes d1, so this is what I'm calculating. Takes, bishop takes b5 check, and now a big decision for black. Now, the potential checkmate, I'll switch the cam, is king d8, there's bishop e1. And, for instance, f5, bad time to, you know, quote the airplane movie, bishop a5, bad time to fill in the blank, bishop a5 is mate. But moving the king here is not the natural course of action. Bishop d7 is. Okay, so probably Burke calculated to something like this. But the a3 pawn is hanging. I think it can be captured. I don't see why not. And apparently black has a better move. But let's start with this simple move. Bishop takes a3. And currently, Fabi is a pawn up. This knight doesn't seem to be in too much danger of getting captured. There's some insane tactics here that I see. But this is a really tempting move. I mean, Fabi has 33 minutes. He doesn't have as much time as he'd like to calculate this move. So this is where you just maybe trust your 2800 intuition and close your eyes and take on b2. Can black simply castle here as an alternative? Probably he can. And Fabi has shown an unwillingness to go into like very direct tactics. He's preferred the more positional treatment of the position. Maybe he thinks that Burke is floundering, so maybe it's not worth transforming the position. But this is a huge decision for Fabi that will dictate the course of the game. And I wonder what the organizer of the tournament would play in this position.
Here, that'd be my
Oh, for white. I mean, for black instead of castles.
I was thinking H5 since the bishop was on E2.
Oh, H5?
I was thinking that was maybe the downside.
I guess I'll take it.
Take it back. Oh,
Rook H5.
uh,
And now think.
yeah.
And now knight B2. But I'm curious, like knight B2, what, like this position,
Wait, was H5 an okay move?
it didn't change. I think because of knight B2, maybe like the same position after H5, GH is fine.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, like what the move is here. It's 0.5 and it's not bishop takes A3 apparently. Maybe just takes and castle. Yeah, just takes and castle. And one of the issues for white is bishop B4. There's knight F2 and knight takes G4. This knight is surprisingly a good piece. It's like completely unattackable. And it also cannot be trapped. And so the pawn on A3 is a long-term weakness. Typical Fabi, like at 2800s, pawns and pieces are always in the right place at the right time. He doesn't do it. Fabi apparently made a move. He played queen B7. Okay, so I was not on my radar. Knight E2 immediately played by Burke. I'm not really... Now H5 also looks tempting. B4... Maybe that was Fabi's idea. Burke seemed to be very confident that B4 is not dangerous. But are we sure B4 is not Fabi's idea here? Yeah, now they're basically playing a rapid game. Do you want to join the...
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good time.
Oh,
It's yeah. I'll move to the left, then you can shift. Okay, welcome all.
Welcome.
Have you been on the show before?
No,
Okay, so
first time.
PD Master Peter Giannatos has joined us. I mean, you own the setup, so I guess you should be introducing me, but
Right.
you are the founder of the Charlotte Chess Center. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I
Nice to meet
flew
you
in
as well.
specifically to be the guest of honor at this tournament.
Right. Right.
And it's been a fun event thus far. My first time in Charlotte.
Well, so that we
Downtown's kind of dead, but yeah,
don't...
hopefully.
Lots of good restaurants now that
Oh.
it's not Thanksgiving. All right, I've got some great stats to share with the audience, and then you can get back to the games because they're heating up here. I don't want to take time away from the action here.
From Fabi spending 20 minutes deciding whether to play B4. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I got some stats to share with the audience, and then I'll have some questions for them, see if they can guess, and maybe even for yourself.
Okay,
I'll
some
hide it.
trivia.
Okay, so
I love facing the chat. And,
Right. So there are 712 total players between the two events, between the North Carolina Open and the U.S. Masters.
and the NC Open is like 2,000 and under. What's the...
technically it's open still. It's just that most Masters are playing in the Masters, but the championship section does have a number of Masters playing in.
Who lost the first two games. So can they do that? Can they lose the first two games of the Masters and then re-enter into the NC Open?
Some of them have done that. Some
Okay.
of them have done that. In the total festival, there are 36 states represented. So players from 36 states are playing in the event. Okay, let's focus on the U.S. Masters event itself. Now, this is where we got the trivia coming in.
Okay.
All right. There are 264 players in the U.S. Masters tournament alone.
And 500 plus in the NC Open. Wow. Okay.
400
Okay.
plus in the NCO. How many countries, how many different FIDE federations are in the U.S. Masters tournament? Then we'll let the chat try to
I
chime
mean,
in.
I don't actually know the answer. I have a guess.
Sure.
Should I guess?
You can absolutely guess.
I'm going to guess... Yeah, I was going to guess 30. I was going to guess 30.
All right. I see lots of
Third
good
is
guesses.
lots of people in the 30s.
All right.
I was going to guess 40, but that sounds like too many.
39 FIDE
Okay.
federations.
Closer to 40.
39 FIDE federations represented.
That's crazy.
How many grandmasters are playing in the tournament?
Many. I'm going to guess 50. I think it's supposed to be over 50, right?
It is. We'll let the
Or was I false advertising? Because I've been saying over 50.
47.
Okay,
47.
good enough.
47 grandmasters
47
playing
GMs.
in the event. How many international masters playing in the event?
Which is, as you know from Title Tuesday, a better title than GM.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say the same as the number of GMs, maybe 40.
51
Okay, more.
international masters. And how many FIDE masters playing in the event?
Well, if there's like 250, 50.
Believe it or not, it's less than the
30,
IMs and
30.
GMs, 35 FIDE masters. All right, now we're getting a little technical. There are 264 players. What is the average FIDE rating of the whole section?
It's got to be more than that, I think. I'm going to guess 2350. Maybe that's overstating it. 2350 is my guess.
I see some good guesses in the
Okay,
chat.
it's not 1200. There's a minimum rating of what, 2000?
So the average FIDE rating is 2242.
Okay.
FIDE, 264 players. That's still a very strong section.
Probably the median is higher. Yeah, median is probably closer to 2350.
Yep. And
Although I know some mathematicians we can invite to.
lots of mathematicians, I'm sure, calculating these tournament stats. And
Which ones are you referring to? They've all already been hired. Yeah.
and average U.S. chess rating. Keep in mind that players playing in the tournament can be national masters, so USCF national master, and qualify for the U.S. Masters tournament. It's a U.S. chess national event, so NM is, honored for entry to the tournament. So, how many what is the average USCF rating of
That's
the
so
tournament?
hard to say because I have no idea what any of these people's USAF ratings are. I don't know what Andy Woodward's rate is.
Naturally,
2,900
would be higher than FIDE, but how much? Higher?
Not always. I mean, I'm gonna guess. Okay, so FIDE 2250, maybe like 2,400.
2337
Uh-huh.
USCF. So about 100
Wow,
points.
somebody guessed 2,340.
Yep, about 100 points
That's
off.
probably
there.
your alter ego. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, two last trivia questions. So
Don't worry, Fabi's still thinking.
good. The naturally the federation most represented
H5.
is the United States. What is the second and
Never play the move recommended by the organizer.
Well, it's still all equal. So poor,
Yeah, but you
poor
see there's a question mark.
I see the question.
It's not accusing it of being a bad
Poor
move. It's
thing.
just asking why you played it.
Poor
Okay.
thing. It's probably because I recommend it. The second country most represented in the tournament, FIDE Federation. So USA is number one. Second,
That's right. You're saying we're number one. Is it India? You can just say yes or no.
They are in a close third place. India is in third.
Third. Ukraine? No. Canada?
They're in fourth. Ukraine is tied for fourth.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I mean, I'm looking at the players. I don't know.
It is indeed Canada. as you
Canada.
might
Wow.
expect.
There's that
Yep.
many players from Canada.
Yep. It is indeed Canada.
Well, I guess there are quite a few. Liron Drew. I think John Michael Burke is American. I mean, it's the same thing. So American Canadian.
Yep. So how are the other games going, Daniel? So I see
Theodoru won.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah, he destroyed Evan. Evan Park is having an amazing tournament.
He
but
was. Yes.
This has been a snooze fest. I mean, more interesting than Ding Gukesh today, but they're repeating moves. Actually, we can catch the handshake probably.
Oh.
Perfect timing. I have the commentators like 6 cents for when a game is about to end. It's crazy. I just have a feeling. Yep. Okay, guys, you can. They're doing the whole performative. I'm actually pretending to decide whether to repeat, but I've already decided to repeat. It's a draw.
So Moradiabadi and
This was a very balanced game. These guys drew quickly. Danchenko has a big advantage, but he has not been convincing. Like Black blundered this trick. I think you came in when I pointed this out.
Yep.
So he had to give up. Yeah, here I would consider taking the bishop and going for the light squares, but he's like, oh, give me the pawn. Yeah, he's been. I mean, looks completely winning for white, but apparently this is maybe rook. No, rook f2 doesn't work. No, Danchenko's going to win this game.
Yeah,
it's 20 minutes for black, and he's down a pawn, and he's at the bishop pair. Looks horrible. And Magesh is actually kind of a beast in this tournament.
What was this? What
How did this happen?
This?
This was a Philidor.
Oh,
Magesh playing some Magesh stuff. So I thought white was better because I thought Magesh was really neglecting his development. But apparently he makes this work. F4. No, of course, a clear mistake to develop. How dare you? Yeah,
Right.
F5. C4.
Oh.
And apparently Antipov. I mean, what was the right move here? Was it just to get out of there? Skedaddle? I mean, you can't blame Antifa for not wanting a pawn.
Right.
I mean, this maybe? Yeah, this.
Oh, wow.
And then if you play knight b3, dc, bishop c1, queen c2. I mean, just even takes d3, and it's such a big development. But there's bishop f7, actually, I think. Maybe this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, try evaluating this position. So anyways, he didn't do that. He went cd, and Magesh went cd. Went knight c3.
Hmm.
This does not look great for white. I mean, knight takes d4.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's definitely threatening bishop f7 because there's going to be a fork on d5 if the king moves to e7. Oh, it's only move 19, and they've probably been thinking for an hour in this position.
Wow.
So I don't like playing classical. So this was a draw, Hyman Nizhnik. Strange decision by Ilya, better position. Razvan has sacked a piece. Okay, so I was analyzing this position, and I did mention f4. So I had this position, and Andy is taking over the game, apparently. Another insane position.
Yeah.
Razvan is really good. I don't understand why he's under 2,500, like always. Every time I see him, he wins a tournament, and then he's like under 2,500 again.
I don't know if you talked about this already, but to me, it's a little surprising. So Fabi played the French defense against Paragua, and now he's playing the French against John Burke.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is we went out to dinner the night prior to the tournament.
Yep.
And Ding had just played the French in the first World Championship game at that point, and I briefly asked Fabi, like, "Hey, what do you think about the French defense?" Because I had played it, and I just wanted to know. I mean, I felt like the objective truth was like, okay, this is a dangerous defense to play at a high level.
Yeah.
And he just kind of said, well, actually, there's some resources and things like that. And then
it's funny. I played it. Of course, I played Fabi twice, but I don't like to talk about the first time I played in 2017. I played the French with black with the We Know Open for Business variation.
Right.
And I got crushed in 27 moves.
Yeah.
So it's I mean, at a high level, it's like incredibly dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Fabi is making it work. I mean, making it Burke. Knight g3. Knight g3 is very tempting. And then like f5, but then no, knight b2 is never a thing because rook takes c8 is a check. But what a weird position. Queen g1 is probably a move as well. Black often goes king f8 in these types of positions, which is quite a nice move to make the king very safe. I like black. Black seems very dynamic here.
Yeah, it's very hard for white. White's just going to
Queen g1, yep.
It's going to have
Queen
to
g1, king f8, yeah. I think Burke wants to play. At some point, he wants to push f5, yeah, and then the center. But then knight takes c5 is always a problem, and d4, which was an idea earlier, but that might prevent f5. Obviously, black does not want. This is a trap that Fabi will not miss. Fabi had some blunders in the first two games that was kind of rough. Like he missed a win with Ambergy, and then he blundered a pawn in round 2, could have drawn. It almost feels like he's less comfortable against the lower rateds. Like now that he's playing 2500s, he's in his element.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to it. I hope those stats were fun for the players. Thanks
for sure.
For the fans.
Good change of pace. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, these are heating up. I'll let you get back to them. And
all right.
Good luck finishing it out.
Is anybody good playing in the bullet tournament?
I don't know actually.
Should I play in it?
If you can finish.
I mean, I'll probably wrap up in by like 8:50 or so.
Yeah. So 9:30 will.
Is it 9:30? I thought it was 9.
9:30.
Okay.
So yeah, 9:30 in the Grand Ballroom, just right across the way.
I'll see how I feel, but
sure.
I mean, I don't want to be the only GM playing.
Yeah, I'm not sure because there's basically people are just going to show up, log into the chess.com tournament and play.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who's ultimately going to play, but
it's an hour.
Yeah, it's 15 rounds. So however long that's going to take bullet, it's just going to be paired immediately.
That's fast. All right, sounds good.
Okay. All right, enjoy.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Peter. Is round 6 played today as well? Yes, the round is at 11 p.m. It's round 6 and 7 are tomorrow, and then 8 and 9 are on Monday, the last day, or Sunday, the last day. Yeah, there's several side events. Thank you, Peter Giannatis, founder of the Charlotte Chess Center, organizer of the tournament, sharing some fun trivia. This is a pretty major undertaking, but
There are some side events. So there's the Blitz tournament tomorrow, which you guys know about. There's the OTB Blitz event tomorrow, where I assume most of the GMs will be playing. Fabi should participate. He's leaning toward playing. I would say at least half the GMs who participate in the regular event play the Blitz. It's FIDE rated. That's tomorrow evening. Tonight there is a bullet tournament, which is kind of a unique new little undertaking, where everybody plays from the same room, but everybody brings their own device to play from. And then they kind of scan a QR code, and then that enters you into a bullet tournament, which is 15 rounds, as Peter just said. Unfortunately, the prizes are not too extensive, so I'll see who's playing. I'll see. I did bring my laptop, so like I have the means to play. But the bullet's at 9:30, so it's in 2 hours. Andrew Tang is not playing in the main event though, so I don't think he's in Charlotte right now. You have to be present on the premises to play. Anyways, that's some of the fun. You want to see me crush people? I mean, I won't necessarily crush people, but we'll see. I will not stream it if I play. I mean, everyone's going to be from the same room, so it'll be, it's not something I'd feel comfortable streaming, but I might play. No, I bring my laptop as a backup streaming device in case I need I'm always prepared with backup copies of everything. Anyways, this game has slowed down. It's allowed us to chat, but this position just does not clarify in the slightest. Now, I was expecting King F8 pretty quickly, so there must be some alternative that is catching Fabi's eye. It could be something crazy like G5. That seems way too brazen, but you never know. But it could also be something like Knight D2. Actually, wait a second. Knight D2 is like a serious move, if you think about it, because the knight threatens to swing over to F3, and that would be an instant win. That would be an instant win. So wait a second. Knight D2 is perhaps what is catching Fabi's eye. But here's the problem. White can play rook takes C8 check. If black recaptures with the queen, yeah, you see, this is terrible because of rook C1, and white hits the queen and earns a tempo with which he can take G7. So black will have to take with the bishop, and maybe this position Fabi is trying to wrap his brain around. I don't know if I can wrap my brain around it in 22 hours. He's got only 22 minutes. One thing I do see is that Queen G4 is available as an intermediate move. Because it hits the rook and it gets out of dodge out of the knight. I wouldn't rule out that Queen takes G7 is possible here in exchange sacrifice. Again, Fabi has not, shown a desire to enter the insane tactics if he can avoid them, even in these sharp positions. Like he had a chance earlier at this point, a few moves ago, he had a very tempting tactical idea to play knight takes b2. And this would have led to some very forcing line. This would have led to some trades. And then we would have reached an endgame that was kind of hard to evaluate. Fabi decided against it. And instead he dropped his queen back, sort of keeping the tension. Burke instantly brought his knight around to e2, protecting the rook. h5 was played. And okay, Fabi has just indeed gone king f8. I would largely ignore the question mark. I mean, the king f8 is the most natural move. And not only does it make the king safer, but it provides a reliable cover for the g7 pawn. But this can go either way. So one thing Peter and I mentioned is that white is trying to make this f5 move work, but there's a very unexpected tactical resource that might catch white unawares, which is knight takes e5. No, actually, this doesn't work. I apologize. This doesn't work. And not because of DE. The point was to play d4 check and expose a discovered attack on the rook. I think the problem with knight takes e5 is simply that white takes the rook first. With check, if the queen recaptures, then you don't have a discovered check anymore. If the bishop recaptures, then white can safely take the knight. This check may seem very scary, but white actually blocks it with the queen. So the reason f5 is bad is not because of knight takes e5. It's because of some other move. Well, it could be knight d2, our old friend. This is very much still available and has to be calculated, but you can see, like, I'm struggling here because I'm throwing out moves without calculating much, and there's, like, infinite tactical possibilities for both sides. It's not knight d2 either. Maybe just e takes f5. I mean, by process of elimination, it's got to just be e takes f5. And maybe white just doesn't have a clear follow-up. Like, I just threw that pawn up the board, assuming that something was going to be there. I mean, I assumed that knight g3 was fine for white. White would recapture this pawn with interest, but no, black can actually slide the rook to... This is the problem. Black slides the rook to g5, and that pesky rook is just in the middle of everything. And h4, rook g4 just makes matters even worse. Yeah, so it's not yet time for f5. Yeah, just e takes f5. It's the simplest move. So perhaps knight g3 could be white's initial move, or queen g4 would be also tempting. Queen g4 could already be met with g6, and I think this is what Fabi's aiming for. Fabi's ideal world is if he can get g6 in, Burke will no longer easily be able to play f5. Now, the downside is that now there are certain sacrifices that announce themselves. Bishop takes g6 either now or maybe after a preliminary move like rook g1. So it's not like black's problems are instantly solved should Fabi establish a pawn on g6. But in a time pressure situation, the more you can restrict your opponent's easy play, the better. And I just don't see off the top of my head a tempting approach for Burke. I think bishop g6 just does not look like enough meat on the bone. Yeah, bishop g6, fg, queen g6. There's this really nasty defensive resource, bishop e8. And you're happy to give up as many pawns as necessary in order to bring the defensive firepower. Even queen d7 would force the queens off the board, and the light square weaknesses in the endgame would be absolutely devastating. I mean, if I had to choose a side, I think Fabi might have the practical edge here unless Burke finds a very clear way to either push f5 under the right circumstances. So maybe he should revisit the move knight g3, or Fabi goes wrong tactically. But remember, there's 23 minutes or so for both sides for the rest of the game. This is not... there's no time addition in 15 moves waiting for you. And that's why this time control is so much fun. Okay, Theodoru won. We've got a lot of the top boards already kind of having wrapped up. Let's see here. Yeah, but a lot of interesting games still being played. Benjamin Bach has been mounting a comeback since the first round. No, queen g2 apparently is a move here. That's preparing rook g1, but not queen g4. That's crazy. Queen g2 here is next level restraint. We'll see what Burke plays. I mean, I think he's likely to play something like knight g3. It's very, very tempting. So we'll take this opportunity quickly to look at some of the other interesting positions. Let's take a quick look at Bach's position because it's insane. And Benjamin has 5 minutes in this position. Holy smokes. Against Alexei Bilic. This is not a position I would want to have at all, probably, but definitely not with 5 minutes. Of course, I look at this and I think 0.4. This is the obvious evaluation, correct evaluation of the position. But knight h4, look at white's last move, just showing incredible tactical vision. I have no idea how this position is even reached. This was a Ruy Lopez, so Benjamin refraining from a Sicilian, which cost him the first round. This did look really nice for black, but somehow Bilic was able to... Whoa. Bilic was able to create attacking chances. He sacrificed the exchange on a1. Oh, and Benjamin's last move was a blunder. He was facing the threat of knight f6. Obviously, that's a family fork. And in time pressure, he probably didn't find the best defense. I'm not sure I would find the best defense even if I was not in time pressure. Queen f5, such a natural move. King h8 doesn't work because of a check. Yeah, I don't know actually what the correct move here was. Knight takes d5 maybe, actually. Maybe knight takes d5. Yeah, I think it was just knight takes d5, which is a findable move. If white plays queen b2, black can just block the diagonal with rook c3. Maybe he was worried in time pressure about this move, but if you just calculate this out, yeah, this looks fancy, but at the end of the day, black is up an exchange and several pawns, and the queens are off. So Benjamin playing queen f5 and just overlooking, I think, white's response. And now he's forced to sack his queen. Queen takes h5, queen g3. Bach will have to cover on g6 with his queen. And the crazy thing is he might still be better. That's the good news for him. Now, I don't think he's going to go king f8. That would be madness. Maybe that is exactly what he needs to play. But, I mean, imagine going for this position with 3 minutes left. Rook e7, and of course, black is slightly better. Naturally. There's no checkmate, and moreover, queen g7, king e8, and black is winning again. Because the king escapes through d7. So, I was expecting Bach to play queen g6. I thought this is his idea. Yeah, but apparently here black does not have enough for the queen. In fact, black is completely lost. It makes sense. I mean, there's too many weak dark squares around black's king. I think white can infiltrate. Probably white has to be smart about how he does this. That's why he's left himself with 48 minutes. But even something very prosaic like queen e3 maintains a huge advantage, as you can see. Just like get the queen around to d4, you're going to have constantly the threat of checkmate. Black's position sucks. I mean, Benjamin, if he plays king f8, will have to demonstrate absolute nerves of steel. And you can see he's thinking. He's torn between these two moves. I think he should just sense that, like, if he gives up his queen here, he's going to lose. Like, his only real practical chance, whether there's checkmate or not, and he doesn't know if there's mate after king f8. He's just, like, you know, guessing. But he has to know that this is his only chance. Like, queen g6, he's going to lose. Down a queen, white's got a long-term attack. And apparently Donchenko is going to win. Okay, we'll take a look at that. I mean, nothing crazy happening there just yet. Magesh Panchanathan is really overtaking the game against Mikhail Antipov. And if Magesh wins, that would be 2 super strong GM victories in a row. Way too early to tell, of course. That game is still in its most complex phase. A lot of games are very early on in terms of the move counter, but you look at the clock times and you see that they've already spent forever. And this would be a devastating loss for Benjamin. This would be his second loss. And this would be, obviously, a lot of rating points. So he needs to close his eyes and shift his king to f8. And whatever happens, happens. But imagine 90 seconds to 48 minutes, and he's played it. He's played king f8. You can breathe. Oh, queen g7 instantly by Bilic with 48 minutes. Why is he playing instantly? And what is his idea? Bishop g5. Oh, he wants rook f1, I think. But then, okay, rook f8. What's the follow-up? Yeah, this ain't Title Tuesday. He's got to realize. Bach has no other moves. I mean, king d7. I'm just trying to figure out what he's so excited about because... Oh, I think I actually see. I think I do see what he's excited about. And I think... So I think what he wants is rook f1. First of all, bishop takes d5. I mean, black doesn't even need rook f8. Just bishop d5, game is over. Maybe he thinks rook f8 is forced. It's still complete. And maybe he thinks this, and he saw this idea. King c7, bishop d8. But like, black has 1,000 ways that he can deviate from this. Even knight takes d5. Okay, here's still queen f5 check. And like, even this line, he at least should calculate this. Like, how can you move instantly when your opponent's a 2600 excellent blitz player? You're not going to flag him or scare him into blundering his queen. And now he started thinking. That's completely unacceptable by white. Like, 48 minutes, you have to pause. Even if you think you see a win, even if you think you see a mate, this is why, you know, a huge time advantage is such a luxury. The computer, yeah, if he would have played bishop d6 and rook f1, I mean, he would probably win the game because I just do not see a way that Bach holds this with 2 minutes. Instead, he gave the game away, and Benjamin, if he wins, will have 4 wins in a row. He definitely has earned some luck after that first round loss. But yeah, you just cannot, you have to keep your hands on your knees, at least for a couple minutes. Okay. This is a gift for Bach, and let's look at Donchenko. He's about to win. Yeah, his opponent has just decided that enough is enough. He's played knight f4, allowing a check on h7. Okay, this cannot be good. This cannot be good. This is disastero. Rook f4. I mean, this is going to happen on the board. I think the game is probably already over. We're on a small delay. But yeah, I have refused to believe that black can survive this position. It's just a matter of finding the win in this position.
Now, the standard way to win here is bishop h5. Probably black is relying on queen f5. And here there's probably something beautiful. Bishop g6. Wait, that's where we came from. Think. Okay, this is where I'm supposed to... be a GM. Looking. Yeah, I mean, it just smells of victory. Probably just queen takes f5, honestly, is completely winning. It's funny. You can just take the queen. No, it's not the most accurate. 15, yeah. Rook e5. I'm looking for some queen sack. Yeah, clearly this is what black calculated. Rook e5, queen takes h7. And I'm afraid there's no way. Rook e6 check, king takes e6, bishop g4, rook takes g4. Okay, there must be something here. Fabi is winning apparently. Yeah, okay, Donchiko, we'll leave him to figure this out. Rook c7 apparently. This actually can be played first. And then we get the same position, and now there's no easy way to stop this. But wait, let's go to board 1 for a second, because there's some big turnarounds there. Sack first, think later. We'll find out what it is. This is why I'm commentating and not playing. John Michael Burke, I feel like the last 10 moves he's been sort of kind of aimless in his play, and he hasn't been made to pay just yet, but he might be paying the price now, because he did play queen g4, which I mentioned. He allowed the move g6, and this is what I covered. Like I mentioned, the bishop takes g6 here is just not enough. And now he plays rook c2, another kind of, pass move. Fabi goes king g7 and says not only is he going to get this pawn to g6 for defensive purposes, he's also going to create a passage for his rook to double up on the h-file. And we thought that white was going to be attacking on the king side, but black is actually taking over both sides of the board. And what really hurts white here is just the fact that there's so many holes in white's position. Like there's the constant problem with knight e3. So white cannot play a move like bishop g3. Even if white places the bishop on g1, if you imagine a black rook on h8, knight e3 could still very much be in play. Like, for example, like let's say, see, I don't even know what move white could play here. Like, I can't even come up with a sample move, like rook c1, whatever. Rook h8, bishop g1 seems to be the only move. And now I actually might have chosen a pretty good random move, because the difference is if black tries knight e3 here, it doesn't work anymore. My whole idea was that rook h1 check would win the rook that would be on b1. But because it is on c1, now the rooks are defending each other. But, okay, it's not like if black doesn't have knight e3, he has to resign. First of all, Fabi, if he reaches a situation like this, has no reason to hurry. He can make a slow improving move like queen b8, and even he can get the queen into the king side through this, through the Cape of Good Hope, or, the Horn of Africa or whatever. So he's going to play rook h8. He basically is going to pre-move this. Of course, Burke could play knight g3, hoping for rook h4. No, but rook h4, and maybe he missed this small detail that rook h4 is a tempo move, and from a distance you might fall into the illusion that knight f5 check wins the rook, but no, e takes f5 hits the queen with the pawn. And Burke is, he's like, everything back. Knight g1. And this is like 2800 chess right here on full display. This is like, Star Wars lightsaber fight where one Jedi is clearly stronger than the other, but both are very good. But you can just kind of sense Fabi squeezing the life out of his opponent move by move. Even though Burke is defending very inventively, and even though the time situation is concerning for both players, obviously Burke is trying to reroute his knight to f3 for defensive purposes in order to keep this h2 pawn protected as reliably as possible. So, okay, rook h8, good. Yeah, he did not play rook g8. Knight f3 is going to happen here quickly. And now, Fabi, very often what you see the top players do is they play on one side of the board, the opponent stabilizes the situation, and then they suddenly open a second front, like b4. They just keep you on your feet, and eventually, you stop being able to respond to all of the threats because your pieces are just too overextended. Oh, and b4 is on the board. Yeah, looks like I played Fabi too many times. This is just
super high quality chess, and you can just see it visually, the way that white is trying to react to every idea. So of course, I think one of the ideas here is after queen b4, black does threaten knight a3 with a fork. And if Burke moves the rook away, boom, you drops b2. And remember, a couple moves ago, Fabi drove the pawn down to a4. Now, you know, all of his pieces just perfectly land on the right square. So he'll have the move a3 at the right moment to protect the knight. So that's out of the question. Of course, as I've been mentioning repetitively, this is never a move because like, this is a crime against humanity. You can never open this diagonal for black because this bishop is just going to eat white up. It's bishop c6 is coming, and this is resign time. So I have no idea what Burke is supposed to do here, and apparently neither is Eval Bar. That's a pretty bad sign. Okay. So he has taken. Now let's see what Fabi recaptures with, because queen takes b4 is not a given, but I would be too tempted by the threat of knight a3. And yeah, okay, queen b4 played. Queen b4 played. Fabi in full concentration mode. I mean, of course, there's plenty of work to do. I think I just figured out the win in Danchenko's game, but it's kind of beside the point. Of course, the correct ideas occur to me as soon as I switch from one board to the other. By the way, Mikhail Antipov on board 6. Let's not neglect him. He is potentially losing to Magesh Panchanathan, and Andy Woodward has taken over the game on board 8 against Razvan Priotu, whose play I was praising consistently. He sacrificed a knight, he had a big attack, but he mishandled it, and Andy Woodward, just a 30-second overview of some of the other boards that are possibly about to finish, then back to Fabi. I'll keep him on the camera. Look at Andy Woodward, he's about to win. We don't have, unfortunately, the time to... Okay, Priotu with complete collapse here. I think what's going to happen here is white might think, oh, I've got 2 pieces for the rook, but Andy calculated 1 move further, as he usually does. And at the end of the line, either the knight has to move, leaving open a fork for the bishop. Oh, it's all on the board. All of this is happening. If white tries bishop c3, no, the knight can escape through e3. So this is king f2 Priotu tries, but okay, this is clearly not going to save the day for him. If he can collect sufficient amount of pawns, he'll have drawing chances, but Andy could probably chomp away at h2 and escape this way through g4. He'll win this. Okay. And Danchenko, by the way, is actually thinking in that position, so it wasn't just me who struggled to find the most precise win. Look at this crazy game. Again, not even enough time to delve into all the subtleties. 10 minutes for Antipov. Pieces getting traded off the board. And black's got these 2 pawns just randomly placed on d4 and d3. I think Antipov has to recapture on b3, and I mean, he's just dead lost here after bishop takes b4. And his position's just completely collapsing. His rook is hanging. So he's decided actually to take on f8, trying to muddy the waters a little bit. And this is exactly what you should do in a position like this. Now, Magesh is very likely to take this rook. And Antipov might be going for something spicy like this. Just trying to weaken black's king and set himself up with the most practical chances in the time pressure phase. I mean, if Magesh takes on g7, queen g4 check, there might be queen g6, so queen takes a1 even. And white definitely has practical chances, no question about it. The king is weak. You know, the knight can jump into g4. This has actually happened. Apparently, knight takes a1 is wrong. Don't ask me why, but we'll find out. So good chances for a second consecutive upset victory for Magesh. Yeah, queen takes d3 being proposed in my chat. Maybe. We'll see. By the way, Danchenko, look at this. He's played all of these moves. He's played rook c7. He's found this beautiful line. And why is it only plus 2.6? Probably because black has to play rook e4? No, but this is losing. Queen g6 check, king e7, white's going to take this, and this is what he was calculating. And either you lose the queen or you lose the rook with check. Yeah, this is resignable. And he's also going to take another pawn on h6. So this just might be the computer not appreciating human brilliance. Let's see, is there anything black can do here? Queen F. Okay, no, that's not. That is definitely not a reason to be sad. I think black would rather resign than play this move. But yeah, maybe like the computer always holds on to these positions longer than it seems. Like d4 will fall, and like the king is somehow hard to checkmate. But from a human perspective, this is dead lost. I think this game will end momentarily. So we should go back to Fabi here. But I think Burke still hasn't made a move. He's just made a move, but he's in collapse mode. Antipop did play bishop takes g7, by the way. I wonder Liang is going to win his game. I mean, all of the games are like ending momentarily. I wonder has just won. His position was like better, but not overwhelming. But in this queen and knight versus queen and bishop endgame against Prithu Gupta, he was able to get like the ideal arrangement. And this is like checkmate by force. It's actually a very instructive mate. Queen f6, knight g7, queen e6, and queen e8 is forced mate, no matter where the black queen goes. And there's no checks. So very well done by a wonder who's taken a few buys. So that set him back. Back we go to the top board. Burke dropping his queen to g1, connecting with his rook and taking the sting out of knight a3. Okay. Rook h3 like comes to mind here. So like notice the play on both sides of the board. Fabi's looking at both sides and asking himself, okay, which side of the board do I want to press on now? Like where is white more vulnerable? So moves I'd be considering here, rook h3. That's sort of my instinct. Queen b3 is sort of an impulsive move that just walks into rook c3. A big question for black is like, do you want to play a3? And positionally, you would say no, because the pawn on b2 is a backward pawn. It's a long-term target. And in some endgame, it might be good to keep this as a potential backup asset. So let's see what Fabi chooses here. Just kind of looking around, seeing any other results. There's a few results coming into the lower boards, but nothing crazy or super unexpected that I'm seeing. Alice Lee is still playing. She might be able to hold a draw. Matt Vishen better on board 11. Zhu Jinzhao defeated Nico Chasen. Yeah, Benjamin won. Bach literally... I mean, white resigned after king d7. White literally looked at this position and was like, oh, whoops. I guess I missed my chance. Resigns. What a weird ending. And Benjamin, he's deserved his luck. After losing in round 1, he's in actually a pretty good spot with 4 out of 5. Really among the pack of leaders. So, good stuff by Bach. He dodges a bullet there. And, yeah, Andy Woodward is going to win any second now. He will join... Okay, he will join potentially the group of second place players with 4.5 out of 5. He's only given up half a point. Definitely a game that could have gone white's way. Yeah, Gustav Chatterjee did play queen f7, so the best practical chance for black. But I have, I'd give this 2% chance that black pulls out a miracle, given the time situation. Danchenko should hammer in the final nail here. So really we're down to the top board. I think the majority of the games the result is quite clear on the top 10 boards. The only game with intrigue left other than the top board is Antipov versus Panchanathan on board 6. A Wonder has won. Benjamin Bach won. Yeah, just not a lot of games going. So let's focus our attention on Fabiano Caruana. And let's keep watching. Yeah, Dina has good winning chances as well. She's playing a pretty solid player. I wouldn't say it's a dry position. I think it's it's a position that is defined by piece play rather than pawn play. But that's the French for you. Like the pawn structure is often very locked up and rigid, and the pieces are kind of working around the pawns. Catan has been settled, so queen b3, rook c3. That I wouldn't do that, so I mentioned rook h3. And sometimes Fabi likes to make a slow move in positions like these, like bishop b5 or bishop c6. Fabi is just a total monster in these technical. I would call this a technical position where black just needs to keep pressing. Okay, he did play a3, so very concrete decision. He believes that he's going to win this in the middle game and that he won't need the b2 pawn as a weakness. Like, he wants to open up more territory on the queen side, maybe opening up like bishop a4. So it's a bit of a gamble positionally, but he believes that white is just not going to be able to withstand the pressure once the queen lands on a3. And honestly, with 11 minutes, I mean, for Burke, I can't blame him. It's pretty sound decision making. Queen a3 hit the bishop. Bishop e2. White is hanging by a thread. But sometimes that can be the most infuriating part of the game, where your opponent's hanging by a thread and you can't find the decisive blow. That's often where the blunders happen, because you get a little sloppy or careless. Okay, so bishop e2, I'm assuming, is going to happen. Otherwise, bishop a4 will be even nastier. Like rook d1 walks right into bishop a4. Obviously, you need to protect the knight. The knight is protecting the pawn on h2, so the knight can't move either. Yeah, I mean, just by process of... I mean, maybe queen, like f1 can be played, but why would you twist yourself in knots when you have bishop e2? But yeah, like the eval bar is... I think this is a lot worse than the eval bar is suggesting, if you take into account, like, the trend of the game is very important. Like, what was the position like 10 moves ago or 5 moves ago? And really, ever since move 15, it's been getting worse and worse and worse for Burke. I think he started out with a slight advantage. Then it was sort of dynamic equality. Then he started shuffling his knight around. It got suspicious. And now he's like borderline lost. Why not take on c4 twice? Well, among other things, the f3 knight hangs with check. So that's one reason. Let's see what the computer says. The computer says bishop e2, bishop a4 is even worse for white. Yeah, the computer's not telling us anything super at queen a2. I mean, look at how black's pieces just keep literally like infiltrating white's territory, rank by rank. And, I mean, all of the available infiltration squares here, white's going to buckle under the pressure. Apparently, the best move is queen f1. That's a very hard move to play. And then after bishop a4, rook a1, I mean... Like, I saw this idea and I assumed that black can actually take the rook. Because notice that, okay, this is actually a skewer. So you don't want to make the awkward move queen b3 because that eliminates the threat on the rook. But 2 rooks for the queen here does look pretty nice for black, honestly. So it would be very hard to properly assess this position with like no time on the clock. As black has this long-term pressure, the knight can shuffle around slowly to, I think the f5 square would be the dream square. I think Fabi would win this position, even if Burke found all of these moves, which is a big if. He still hasn't moved. No, this is... I mean, he'll need some magic here. He'll need some magic here, and it needs to start with queen f1, but I'm afraid he will go bishop e2. Okay, he went queen f1. Reverse psychology. I guess will work for Burke. Well done. Queen f1 is a very hard move to play because it means you basically have to like trust your knight with the h2 pawn and trust your queen with the bishop. And the reason I was hesitant about this move is actually rook h3. It wasn't really bishop a4. But I guess rook h3 is bad. Why is it bad? Rook a1. Maybe rook a1 is just like white's next move regardless. Yeah, rook a1 is quite nasty because the queen is super confined. It actually doesn't have a lot of escape squares. So for example, if the queen moves to b3, white's just going to keep pursuing it with his rook. And he's going to keep pursuing it until the queen moves out of the way. And he's just going to like get the queen all the way back. And if Burke can achieve that, then he can breathe this major sigh of relief. Then like black's pressure diminishes significantly and maybe he can play like queen g2. And white can keep defending. So this is really the danger of Fabi's move a3. If this doesn't work out and his queen is, booted out of white's territory, he's going to regret opening up the queen side because he'll have no weaknesses to attack on that side of the board. So maybe Fabi actually missed queen f1. And maybe we're in for some more twists and turns in this game. Yay. Clock keeps ticking down. 16 minutes for Fabi. 7-minute time advantage seems like a lot, but he might take 7 minutes on this move or the next move. Fabi's got pretty good time management. He hasn't really had too many issues so far in the tournament. Bishop a4 played, so we might get that position. I think rook a1 will happen. This must be Burke's idea. Must be Burke's. Yeah, rook a1 played. Very good. And the fight continues. Fight continues. All right. I'm going to take a 3-minute break, but I'm going to keep this game up on the screen. I'm just going to go on mute and rest my voice for a bit. But this is really the game to watch. So I'll take a 2-minute pause, but I'll just keep this game up. And I think we're going to get that position just around at that time. We've got a lot of viewers, so I'll mute my mic for just a moment here and grab some water and settle in to watch, make some popcorn, settle in to watch the most important, most intriguing part of this game. All right, I'll keep the camera up. I'll keep this scene up, and I'll step aside for just a minute. Okay, and I'm gonna turn the feedback off. Let's. Okay, I'm back with some water, and we have had quite the twist here. So I'm gonna make this interesting. I'm gonna turn the eval bar off, and I'm gonna turn the feedback off. So we're gonna literally we're gonna experience what the players are experiencing for once. So we're flying blind here. Now, obviously, you did catch that queen b4 was a mistake. So Fabi did not go for this 2 rooks against queen position, and understandably so. Like, Fabi wants his queen, and look at how he zigzags in amongst the trees. His idea is actually pretty incredible. I think Fabi's idea is that if white plays rook c3, the queen is just like a, it's like a fly that's buzzing around your head, and no matter how you swatted it, it just finds a different angle of attack. And after rook takes a4, there's a mate. Rook takes h2, mate in 2. And this is just a ladder mate. I mean, that's as simple as that. So after queen b2, this is probably what Fabi calculated. Now, even if Burke were to play rook c3, this is also a fork, by the way, because the rook on a1 is hanging. So I'm not seeing a move, because bishop f2 hangs the other rook. So my guess is like rook c3 may be all that Fabi considered. But if you look at it carefully, I don't think black has threats here. I think Burke might, well, maybe knight e3. Knight e3 might be like the only threat. So Burke has played queen e2, actually, which is a totally understandable move. He's stopped what seems to be Fabi's only threat of knight e3. And, you know, Caruana's pieces look great, but they're also kind of stuck in mud, in quicksand. And if he's not careful, the queen could get trapped here. Like, Burke could play rook c8, and then rook b1, and the queen is suddenly trapped. So, like, okay, without the eval bar, God only knows, you know, what's going to happen here. I think the biggest factor might be the time, like +8 extra minutes. That's you know, every one of those minutes is huge. Okay, so Fabi might have underestimated the fact that white is more solid than he appears. Like, the h2 is defended, the e3 square is defended. You know, it's like Burke has this checklist before every move. Okay, did we guard against knight e3? Did we defend the h2 pawn? Okay, are we containing black's queen? And if the answer is yes to all of that, what the heck do you do? So let's say Fabi needs to press the eject button, which maybe he does. I would consider a move like bishop c6, just like get the bishop out of the line of fire, evacuate the queen, you know, go for the second wave of attack. Burke has found some amazing defensive moves. Just refusing to die, especially queen f1 was really impressive. And I thought this was like moving toward its conclusion, but Burke is a tough cookie. Not sure he loves to be referred to that way, but he is indeed a tough cookie. So let's see. Fabi, the time situation starting to equalize slowly but surely. Bishop c6 is sort of my instinct here. One thing that it does allow white to do, and, you know, these games can turn around really quickly. Like, black can be attacking, and then suddenly white gets one piece active, boom, and then suddenly the other side is on the hunt. Like, bishop c6, you have to contend with rook a7. And, okay, this hits the bishop laterally, and, you know, white's ready to jump into g5 with his knight. And under some conditions, like, white might even be able to sustain and withstand rook takes h2. What's up, Benjamin? Good job, Mr. Grandmaster Bach. By the way, you're welcome to join me in the commentary room if you'd like. Great win. I definitely wanted to ask you about the finale of your game. But no pressure. You've had a long day, so you standing offer for the next 2 rounds as well. 4 in a row. Wait, he did walk in the commentary. I mean, I'm behind the computer screen, so I'm actually not seeing who's in the audience. But if you want to join, you're welcome. Like, rook c3 here, by the way, is possible. But again, like, Burke could make a slow move and suddenly hands off the wheel. You know, he might be the one attacking. So I think Fabi's like desperately looking for some tactic, some way to coordinate his pieces. If he doesn't find anything like in the next 2 minutes, and this is like something I tell myself during classical games, like, okay, you literally give yourself a deadline. Like, he has an emergency option that's in his pocket, like bishop c6. Hopefully there's nothing else in his pocket. And he tells himself, okay, I'm going to spend 2 minutes looking at crazy tactics. If I don't find anything, I'm playing the emergency move. I'm just kidding, yeah. Okay, bishop c6. I really am... Bishop b5 also exists. By the way, Fabi wants to try to target this bishop on d3. But then again, rook a7 has to be contended with. The lines here are insane. Lines here are insane. Like, I'm looking at this line. Bishop b5, rook a7, knight e5. Like, get your Advil. I mean, this is, like, insane. Just like, what is going on? Because knight takes e5, I want to deflect the knight. Queen can't capture because it's protected. Like, try making even a single move for white. Yeah, this is where you just short circuit. Like, yeah, like how are you supposed to even choose a move here? My guess would be, yeah, white might be losing here. I don't see a move for white. I mean, rook e7, bishop d3, maybe knight e5, bishop e2, rook f7. I mean, This is the kind of position like Dvoretsky gave to his students, and it was like, okay, all right, class, 45 minutes to calculate this, and by the end, everyone hates their lives, but is like 50 rating points stronger. All right, Bobby down to 10 minutes. Okay, 3-minute time advantage. I have a feeling he's given himself this mental deadline of like, when he hits the 10-minute mark, he's told himself he has to make a move. I mean, I know I'm not the only one who does this, so let's see if my hypothesis is correct. There is a 30-second increment for those just joining, but there is no time addition on move 40. This is move 36, but it doesn't matter because this is the time they have for the rest of the game with a 30-second increment. No additional time in this tournament in the US Masters. Yeah, some of the boards are glitching. Let's see, but this is all eyes on this one. I mean, this is by far the most important game. Andy Woodward has won. Robbie Kavlishvili won on board 13. Mitraba Guha won on board 17. So there's only a handful of games left. Matvishin is trying to prosecute a better endgame on board 12. He's got 4 out of 5 right now. Or sorry, 3 out of 4. He lost Devon Park. There we go, bishop c6, yeah. And I think it is easier to play black, but okay, so again, I can share my first instinct. Like if I had 7 minutes, I'd obviously be thinking about this differently. But rook a7 is sort of the bullet move, and I'll be, if I do play the bullet in 40 minutes, okay, king g1. Totally reasonable. Burke is essentially saying, Burke is sensing that Fabi doesn't know what to do. And I think he's just like, this king g1 is not a waiting move. I mean, he's getting the king out of the pin to a, relatively speaking, a safer square. Now, if Fabi follows up on his previous move, he's going to do something like queen b8. On the other hand, why would Fabi voluntarily move the queen out of b3? So ideally, Fabi would find an improving move here. What kind of improving moves exist, though? Bishop b4 is a thought, trying to, trade off this bishop, but very risky. Could succumb to some hidden tactic. This is massively complicated position. And now the time situation is completely equalized. We have GM Bordnik here to watch the finale of the Incognito. Yes. Bishop b4. I don't see a win for white. Like, there's no rook b1, there's no rook b2. Bishop b4. Okay, so that's one candidate move. Okay, he has brought the queen back, yeah. So Fabi has admitted that his whole a3 operation, his whole a3 procedure has not resulted in success, but it's not a big problem. Like, he can just... Black, because of this incredibly powerful knight, has the luxury of just moving all the pieces back and kind of resetting. White is still at black's mercy here, because f5 is never a thing. I mean, it's unfair to say that Burke has the initiative. It's unfair to say that Burke has the initiative now. Just because Fabi has retracted his queen does not mean that suddenly, white is calling the shots. I don't see an active move for Burke. He might just have to play another waiting move like bishop g3 or h4. Rook ca2, okay. Doubling on the a file. Doesn't seem like Burke is confident in that move. I mean, you even have to consider rook takes h2 here. Is that a blunder? g5, I think, wait a second. I mean, I recommend people not to look with an engine here. I mean, this is the whole point. Wait a second. Rook takes h2. Knight takes h2. Queen takes d4. Bishop f2. Queen takes f4. That's a crap load of pawns for the rook. And a huge attack. I mean, rook h2 is actually very tempting here. Rook h2, knight h2, queen d4. Bishop f2. Queen f4. Knight f3, let's say, then queen g4 and rook h1. No, wait, that might just be winning for black. I mean, it's overwhelming force on the king's side. I can't believe Burke... He must have at least noticed this. Now, rook takes h2, white can play queen takes h2, but it's very funny because there was a version where black got 2 rooks for white's queen, And now black might have a queen for white's 2 rooks. Wow, rook h2 is pretty incredible. Now, very easy to play if you're analyzing the game. Hard to play if you're actually playing and have 7 minutes and you're 2800 and trying not to lose it all. But if you look at this position, and it really is paradoxically not a position you have to calculate too deeply, because you can see like all of the threats. There's just no way that black is worse here. I mean, like, the question is black winning or is black just like attacking? But there's no question this is a practically savvy choice. Now, if knight g4, like d4 threatens mate, like without the computer, this looks dead lost to me. Very important detail is that white cannot block with the queen because if queen takes bishop. Oh, Fabi's going to do it. If Fabi even notices this move, he's going to... Like, if Burke has to take with the queen, I feel like the rooks are just not capable of withstanding yet another sally by the... No, this is winning. Like, queen b3, queen e3. Now the queen has, like, a blank check here. Now the queen is like, I'm finally, you know, bossing these pieces around. Fabi's down on the clock. He's... I think he sees it. I think the only reason he would allow himself to drop on the clock is if he's calculating something that he knows could win the game. Like, that would be my logic. I think he'll play it. Otherwise, he'd make a slow move. Like, he would have already made a move. Like, bishop b7 or something. He's missed a couple of these tactics so far. Not... Oh, he didn't play it. Rook b8. He went the other way, and Burke... I can guarantee you Burke saw it, because Burke did not write his move down immediately, which is always the universal sign that you saw something. But Burke, like, hesitated... And, oh my gosh. The game goes on. Fabi is down on time. Holy smoke. So rook b8, yeah, Fabi making a kind of positional move. Someone's got to get him to do his puzzle battle next morning. Maybe he should play in the bullet tournament. No, he's not going to do that. We got 30 minutes left until that bullet event, but obviously my allegiance is to this game. Rook takes h2 would have wrapped things up real quick. Donchenko has won. Looks like Magesh Vanchanathan will beat Antipov. Incredible result by the experienced Indian GM. Magesh, who lives in near Raleigh, North Carolina now for many years, teaches chess, and his 2461 is a travesty to his actual chess understanding. What a game. Rook a6 hits the queen. Burke says, time for my rooks to shine. Now, wait a second. Fabi has to be careful. Queen b7, I think, blunders a piece to rook a7. Skewering that bishop. So, if Fabi plays queen to c7, here already he has to finally contend with bishop takes c4. The move I said would never happen, but okay, here is an exception to the rule, because now the bishop is pinned. Maybe black is still fine after rook c8, but like now we're in territory where suddenly black has to be ultra precise not to like lose material. Okay, but maybe this is just good for black. Whoa. But Burke's suddenly making Fabi think. And you give these cagey GMs too many chances, and eventually they just smell it, sniff it out. Now, one thing Burke could do is he could play queen c7. He could still play rook a7. But wait, but wait a second, rook c1 at the end. One moment. So here, let me just very, very quickly show, if black plays rook c8 and white plays rook c1, the bishop is attacked 3 times. Fabi has gone queen b5, I think for this reason. Eliminating both of the options on the 7th rank, he's moved up to b5. Amazing. Fabi not happy, and now the knight is pinned, and knight d2 becomes an option. Of course, the moment you move the knight, the rook might swing back to h8. Yeah, who needs the world championship when you have this? Fabi, as if nothing's the matter, taking a sip of water. But you can never, I mean, he's a total poker face. Like, he's not going to panic at round 5 of the U.S. Masters. He's played the World Championship. That's where experience comes in. And neither player really showing any kind of visible, shaking of the hands or, turning into Vasily Ivanchuk and time pressure, jumping in their chair, like total calm. but you have no idea what's going on the inside. Now, let's say Burke doesn't see anything concrete. I keep pointing out this move h4. It might be a good idea to just invest the tempo and shut down preemptively any counterplay on the h file for later. f5 is a move here. f5, ef, and e6. Maybe Burke just says, this is Sparta, and just like throws his pawn up to f5. Yeah, rook a5 is a move, by the way. I saw rook a5. Rook a5 is a move. Wait, rook 1a5. What rook 1a5? Does he have this move? I only considered rook 6a5. What if rook 1a5? Whoa. Rook 1a5. And if the queen moves back to b7, then we already know that this is a skewer. And black cannot get 2 rooks for the queen. Because in this position, I think there might be queen b2. Holy smokes. Is Burke... I don't want to say the W word. What's up, chat? That's not the W word. Burke down to 5 minutes. No engine. I mean, we're putting ourselves in the player's shoes here. No eval bar, no engine, just like this is the genuine experience. I mean, you can look at the engine on your own, but please respect our chat rules here. Rook a5. I don't see what Fabi does if white plays rook 1a5. If he plays rook 6a5, Fabi has queen b6, and this is a potential repetition of moves. No, rook 1a5 actually makes a lot of sense. This is not an insane move at all. This isn't an insane move. Probably the lines that follow it are insane, but this is not an insane move. For some reason, I only saw rook 6a5. I just forgot that the other rook could move up. Yeah, rook 1a5, knight a5, bishop b5, queen b2. But maybe in that final position, black has something. I don't know. Aha. Somebody points out that rook a5, queen b7, rook... Aha, I see what you're saying. What's crazy is, yeah, Bruce points out queen b7, rook a7. Now black can play knight a5. And again, you get 2 rooks for the queen. But this version seems a lot more favorable for white than the previous one. Burke down to 3 minutes. He's got to move. It's move 40. And usually this is a very momentous move because it adds time to your clock. But not in this tournament. There's no additional time, folks. So like the 3 minutes you see, the only additional time is the 30-second increment. I'm not doing World Championship commentary tonight. It's, I think, again, Hessen Polgar. But let's stay present. We've gotten quite the present in Fabiano. Nothing portended this amount of tension. It looked like he was coasting to victory. And you just never know. 2 minutes for Burke. He's frozen. All right, rook a7. He doesn't put the rook on a5. He attacks the bishop instead. Yeah, he was doing so much deep thinking that they even named a university after him, UC Berkeley. Okay, rook b7. Fabi immediately blocks it with his rook. And the problem is now if you revert back to rook a5, Fabi can slide the queen back to b6 and then to c7. I don't love rook a7. I'm not sure what the follow-up is. And the bad sign is he just thought for 6 minutes or 4 minutes. Fabi played the obvious response, and now he's thinking again. Maybe Burke just takes the rook. Maybe the best bet for white is just to trade rooks, simplify the position. And at some point, knight d2 becomes a problem for black. He's gotten rook a8. It's like, simplify, that's not in my vocabulary. Simplify this. Yeah, I'd totally be thinking of staying hydrated in this situation with 2 minutes. Now, this is maybe an implicit repetition if Fabi plays rook b8. Feel like Fabi could also go rook c7 here and basically ask this rook politely to vacate the premises of the 8th rank, because there are just no squares on the 8th rank to go to. Yeah, wait, rook c7 looks great for black. I'm not sure where Burke is going here. Oh, rook b1. But rook b1 is no, I don't find that too scary. I think there actually black can play queen takes b1. Yeah, rook c7 played. Yeah, rook b1 traps the queen technically, but black can play queen takes b1. And in this version, black's rooks are both very, very active. The knight remains on c4. Not the most desirable transformation, I think, for Burke. Yeah, rook a8 felt a little bit panicky. So again, he has rook a5, but at this point, it's no longer dangerous because the queen has plenty of retreating squares. Burke has to keep at least 2 minutes on his clock. He cannot play this on increment. Rook back to a2. Handing the initiative over to Fabi, who he does not need to be asked twice. Queen b8. Get the heck out of there. He will not allow rook a5 one more time. Now the queen potentially repurposing itself to the other side of the board. Maybe time for h4 again. Maybe time for h4 again. Another thing Fabi could consider is something like rook b7. A lot of options here. Black's position suddenly getting very exciting again. There is a 30-second increment, yeah, for a move. 30 seconds added to your clock once the clock is pressed. 2 minutes for Burke. Now, top players do this very often. They'll put that time pressure on you. You know, for Fabi, 6 minutes, that's a 5-minute think whenever he needs it, which is huge. Anytime things get tactical. Okay, bishop e1 to f2. Kind of a waiting move for Burke. And we might get a phase of the game where like Fabi is poking and prodding. Just like Fabi looking for a, like a tiger looking for a crack in the chain link fence. Maybe he'll try queen h8, queen h6, and Burke might just like, again, start reacting to Fabi's threats. Yeah, you'd never guess this was like hour 4 of a time scramble just by the players' total calm. I feel like I freak out on move 3 of like an insignificant classical game. These players are just sipping their water, not changing their thinking postures, and it's move 43. They're under 5 minutes. Just another day at the office. Not the first time they've played, because I actually played Fabi and Burke in the same tournament, in the US Championship. And rook b7, indeed, as predicted. On we go. Burke down to a minute and a half. What is Fabi's idea? I mean, that's the problem. That's what Burke is trying to figure out. He's got no idea what Fabi's idea. Fabi probably doesn't know what his idea is. But this is the nature of trying to press when your opponent has a minute and there's no clear plan. You make these moves, and your opponent starts to fear ghosts, and eventually he panics and makes a concession. I would play rook b3, in a blitz game. Just again, trying to create the illusion of loose pieces, even if you don't have a threat. Now, Fabi has rook b2 is a terrible move, or maybe not terrible, but it leads to a bunch of trades and certainly does not favor black. But look at Fabi keeping that 3-minute time advantage. That's a major asset that he could pull out at the right moment. Rook b3, but somebody is asking what after. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter what the next move is. You're forcing your opponent to find a move. And sadly, that can be the bane of your existence. Having to make a move can be a terrible thing. Fabi could also play queen h8. Fabi would turn down a draw here for sure. If he wants a draw, I think he will offer it. I am the one who knocks. Yeah, Zugzwang is actually, you know, it's half joking, obviously, because white has waiting. It's not like white doesn't have waiting moves. White can play, again, name a waiting move. Like king g2 might walk into 93 potentially. King h1 puts the king back into the line of fire. h4, Burke doesn't want to play because he doesn't want to push any pawns. He's afraid that pushing a pawn will create more weaknesses. So both players are struggling right now to find like ways to keep this game going. Rook b3 played. And okay, king h1. Burke has had that move loaded up. Now, in a blitz game, I would play queen b4, just like start encroaching. But if queen h4, bishop e1 sends the queen, keeps it humble. Okay, what would I do here with black? You need to find a way for the queen to get a little bit more involved. Yeah, bishop b5 is a move here, for sure. Bishop b5 starts setting up some attacks on the bishop. And bishop b5 maybe threatens rook takes d3. I'm not sure rook takes d3 is such a threat, though. Like, somebody was pointing out bishop b5, like, is rook takes d3 a threat here? This certainly looks very scary for white, but like I think white can maybe hold things together, and this has to be evaluated. By the way, this is how you lose control of the game, is you take a risk. Fabi, it's still his move. Still his move. He hasn't made a move yet. Yeah, knight a3 is a move for sure, but I feel like he might be emotionally attached to this square. Also, don't forget about f5. At some point, white could play f5. I'm looking at this x-ray. I'm also looking at this x-ray. So if Fabi falls too low on the clock, Burke could suddenly turn this around on him. Fabi might offer a draw if he feels like the risk factor has gotten too high. Because obviously a draw does not really hurt Fabi's chances too much. Theodoru, the only perfect score. If Fabi draws, he will play Theodoru with white tomorrow. So if he feels that he might be losing control of this, so that's when the top guys sometimes resort to the draw offer. I still don't feel that Fabi is experiencing that. I think he's still shuttling his pieces around. Time situation equalizes again. Now 2 minutes for both sides. Yeah, they're about to start playing on increment, because it's very hard to build up time here. Making a move in under 30 seconds requires supreme confidence that you're not missing a tactic. Rook h8. Not a great sign, honestly. Maybe Fabi's just like about to get all of his pieces to the queen side. What a twist. Rook g1. Now Burke's like, wait, you're not going to eat the donut, then I am. And suddenly f5 is in play. Whoa, whoa, whoa. f5 is a threat, I think. Fabi has gotten a little bit loosey-goosey here with his rooks. I think he might have forgotten that like f5 is white's idea in the long run. Oh, God. Okay, wait, what does black do here? Maybe now it's black who might have to evacuate the king from the danger zone. King f8 might be like Fabi's instinct reaction. But then knight g5, like, not sure who I would rather be here. This is not necessarily Fabi's strong suit. It's these like tactical time scrambles. He's, sometimes he becomes human. Sometimes. He missed rook takes h2. I think that was the win that Fabi missed. And once you give that away, Burke felt like he had a new lease on life. Fabi's down on time. He's down under 2 minutes. What a crazy turnaround this would be if Burke finds a chance to take over the tactical initiative with f5 or something of the sort. 90 seconds for Fabi. Let's wait for his move. Knight b2 maybe is a move. Yeah, knight b2 actually might be an active way to try to distract white's attention. But knight b2, bishop c2. I mean, you're only digging yourself deeper into the queenside hole. Knight d2, bishop c2. There's a weird line where you sack the exchange and try to get your like dark squared bishop or light squared bishop around to e4. I'm trying to like make heads or tails of that, but there's not enough time for that. He does play king f8. And now Burke needs to find... He needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal here because he's released it a couple times. Maybe bishop c2. Maybe invite the rook to e3, but too scary. What would I would be... If he wants to make a waiting move, he can play rook f1. If, like, Burke doesn't see anything specific. If he wants to make progress, maybe knight d2 can be considered. The problem with knight d2, you're not threatening ever to take on c4 because it would open the diagonal. My instinct was knight g5. This was like the move you just throw out if you had to make a move, knight g5. Maybe. No question Fabio has lost a little bit of control of this game. He's done it, knight g5. Okay, now what does Fabi do? Fabi doesn't tend to overreact in these situations. Maybe something calm like queen c8, just make sure these pawns are nicely protected. Maybe drive the rook up to h6. Essentially, like, ward off any potential sacks on g6, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't go rook b2. I would not trade off your rook on b3 as one of your big assets. It's keeping white honest. I would go rook h6 here. That would be my inclination. But I'm not Caruana. Queen b6. Okay. Sniffing out a new weakness. What we're missing are some tactical fireworks with less than 2 minutes for both sides. Now, Burke might say, okay, just kidding. Just kidding. Back to f3. He also might play bishop f2. That leaves the h2 pawn dangerously vulnerable. Whew. Knight f7 was suggested. Bishop f2 played. Now, I actually would be seriously considering, if I'm Fabiano, just get rid of that knight. Just take it off the board. I would play bishop g5, I think. Very tempting move. And he's played it. I don't like that Burke gave away that knight. That knight was a very integral defensive piece because the bishops might not be capable of just holding everything together on their own. Bishop g5. I feel like Burke forgot about that existence of that move. And fg... There are tactics available for black. Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe knight f7 worked for white. That would have been insane. He's taken with a pawn. Ugh. This is a scary position for white. Very scary. For a second, I thought knight e5, but then queen e5. For a second, I thought knight e5, but then queen e5. And, the rook on h8 hangs. That's the only reason that doesn't work. God, this is way too stressful. Fabi, under a minute. He can sack the exchange on d3. I also saw the move rook to h3. I really like the look of rook h3. Hitting the bishop from the other side. And the rook links together with the other rook like a long-lost brother. He's played it. And the weakness of the d4 pawn is really hurting Burke here, because you would love to play bishop g3. But you can't, because that hangs the d4 pawn. So maybe rook g3. But then Fabi could trade rooks. White will have all of his pawns on dark squares, and something like queen d8 in that position will, you know, start playing whack-a-mole with those pawns. Ugh. Burke can play bishop c2, but that starts smelling very checkmatey, with the rooks just like operating on the third rank. He's played rook g3. I think Fabi's going to win this. I just have a feeling he's in control now once again. Rook takes g3, pawn takes g3, queen d8 is one option. Either way, I think Fabi might not be able to resist the temptation to just, you know, establish a couple more positional assets, make white deal with more weaknesses. Yeah, like takes, and maybe something calm like king g7 can also be considered. But look at Fabi's clock. He's down to 30 seconds, so he has to keep an eagle eye on that clock of his. Is he seeing a tactic here?
There's something he must be calculating that caught his eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dipping dangerously low. Wait, rook b1 check. He's probably calculating moves like that, but I don't think they work. He just should take. Yeah, he takes. Queen d8 or king g7? I think a Fabi style move is to play king g7. Knowing Fabi for years, he likes to stabilize. So he likes stabilizing moves. Or maybe king g8, you know, a move like that. Nope, queen d8. Guess I don't know Fabi too well. Queen d8 played, hitting the pawn. Burke needs another source of counterplay. First of all, he needs to get this rook off his back. Maybe queen c2 can be considered. I would play queen c2 if I had no time on the clock. And since Burke has no time on the clock, he's probably going to go queen c2. Would be my guess. And then queen c1. Also, bishop c2 can be played. But then the queen has to defend the g5 pawn from g4, which is quite awkward. I mean, you would like the queen to at least keep an eye on the queen side. Also, a weird little path that the queen could take is, like, f6 is a jackpot square for the white queen. That is, you know, that is a resort in the Bahamas. He's played bishop c2, so he has used that square for the bishop, chasing away the rook. Can Fabi go rook c3, though? Can Fabi go rook c3? Just weaseling, dancing around, but then queen e1. No, that's too risky with 30 seconds. Now, why would you do that? Just move the rook to b7 or something? I would move it all the way back to b8 so that later in the game you could bring it around to h8. And he does. And Burke actually has, you know, a way to zigzag his way to f6. So I think he is going to go queen g4. I think he is going to go queen g4. And then very quickly try to get to that square. Now hold on a second. There's a tactic. Trying to figure this out. The rook on a2 is undefended. So one thing you have to be careful about. Queen g4, knight takes e5. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, d4 check. And then if king g1, I'm thinking queen d5, forking the rook and mate. Unfortunately, after takes d4, bishop e4. Ooh, rook b1 check. This is, I mean, if you go for this, it's just like, I guess you say whatever you say before you jump out of an airplane to help your parachute work. Fabi might, if Fabi defaults to like a slow move, he might go king g7. If he doesn't see what to do, he might go king g7, but then Burke is ready to play queen f4. Oh, God. Yeah, king g7. So queen f4 by Burke, I would imagine, is automatic. And then Fabi, he needs to be using that time to figure out what the heck he's doing against this positional threat of queen f6. Played. Yeah, like, black could end up being worse here. Like, if queen f6 is played, the queens are traded, and white establishes a pawn on f6, the black king is driven back, and suddenly everything's nicely protected. Burke has repurposed this g5 pawn from a weakness to a strength. It's beautiful how he's able to use that pawn as a outpost for f6, as an anchor point for f6. Fabi, with 15 seconds, he drops back to g8. Can Burke press that f6 button now? Or, alternatively, Burke could say, wait a second, I'm not in a rush to play queen f6. That square is not going anywhere. Let's get the king up to g2 first. Let's sit on the position a little longer. I would go king g2. I think that's a very savvy blitz move. Rook a7, rook b7 looks like a pretty empty threat. I would not be inclined to play rook a7 here. Also, Fabi could go bishop e8 pretty reliably. Another thing white could do is go g4, opening up some other pathways for the bishop. No, white's not worse here. I think it's equal. It's 30-second increment. 30-second increment. It's not 10-second increment, 30-second increment per move. And I'm like nervous. I can't even imagine what the players are feeling. Antipov and Panchanathan draw. Antipov pulled out a miracle draw, by the way. So all of the other games are over. I think this is the last remaining game. Yep. Every other result is in from the top 25 boards. How symbolic. I think this is the second time this has happened to Fabi, that he's been the last remaining game. Rook A7, he played it. I think Burke is trying to force a draw. I think he wants Fabi to go Rook B7. He's going to trade, and at that point, it might be time to sign the peace agreement. Fabi might offer a draw here. He's played Rook B7. And Burke's going to exchange. It's too tempting against Fabi, not just take the rook, go King G2 or at Queen F6. Yeah, Fabi is not going to be happy. He was that close. Takes B7, takes B7. I think Fabi might have offered a draw. I can't tell, obviously, but it's hard to say. Bishop E1 is a move to consider. Try to get this bishop in, or maybe not. Queen F6 also possible. Queen F6 is possible here as well. I mean, if the queens get traded and a white pawn lands on F6, I think white's playing for a win there. I don't think white takes a draw in that position. Black's essentially paralyzed, and white gets the king around. Okay, King G2, very classy move by Burke. Fabiano will play some waiting move. Yeah, bishop C6, okay. Now, Burke doesn't want to fly too close to the sun, because suddenly Fabi could deploy his queen. And if the white king is too, too irresponsible, maybe the king should go through H3, just as far away from danger as possible. Yeah, King H3 is a pretty safe bet here. At the same time, Fabi can go Bishop E8 now. Maybe now is the time to go Queen F6. Yeah, you do not want to procrastinate. If you're Burke, you want to go Queen F6. I think this is your last chance to play that move, because otherwise, if Fabi puts a bishop on E8, the reason Queen F6 is so good is because if Black moves the queen away, there's a sack on G6. That's, I think, why he should play it now. It seems to me the position is equal. I think it should be a draw. I don't see how either side really does anything significant. 10 seconds for Burke. And he does play King H3. Fabiano might play Bishop C6 to E8. Yeah, they're not going to flag. Neither player is going to flag. This isn't the World Championship. Just kidding. They're too experienced. Queen E8, okay. I think Fabi is I think both sides think that they're pressing, but I think Black actually might be pressing it. Queen E8 is such a good move. Queen E8 is Bishop E8 on steroids, because he's like defending the pawn, but he's also preparing Bishop A4. And if the light squared bishops gets traded, white can, white needs to start praying that he has some sort of a perpetual. Bishop A4 played. Burke needs to get the heck out of dodge. Bishop D3, maybe. Bishop A4 to F5 would be a great move for Fabi, if it was legal. Bishop D3. Sadly, North Carolina banned that recently. Four hours and counting. It's such a long game. And Fabi could try knight b2, but I don't really see the point. Bishop f1.
No, bullets at 9:30, so it's still some time. I don't know if Burke has a clear plan here, because even if he plays bishop b4, I don't see how this bishop gets around to f6. That would be, of course, the if White's bishop lands on f6, the game is over, and the queens stay on the board. But Black's not going to allow the bishop to even sniff that square. He did play knight b2. I mentioned this move, but I thought Burke could play like bishop f1 here. Ah, but then Fabi goes bishop b5, and he does get the bishop around to d3. The way these guys maneuver with no pieces left is amazing. So Burke goes to b1, but still bishop b5. Fabi not afraid that his pieces are going to get picked off. Just keeps Burke on his feet. Queen c1 here is a possibility, by the way. The queen does not have to stay. Is not obliged to keep an eye on the f6 square. It's not. You know, there might be more important fish to fry. All right. Under a minute now for Burke. Suddenly I'm feeling a little apprehensive for White. Bishop c3 hitting the knight. And okay, bishop d3 might be a little bit risky. That knight could get tangled up there after the trade. Maybe Fabi's better off just queen. I'm trying to be cute here with no. There's no way to indirectly defend the knight. You have to move the knight. Perfect time to go into a deep think for Fabi. Bishop d3 played. Now, if Burke, I think what Fabi saw is if Burke takes on d3 and drops the queen back, the knight is trapped after queen e3, but Black has queen e8 to b5. And because the knight is in a light square, it cannot be attacked any further by definition. Okay, draw, I think, after bishop takes b2. Bishop takes b1. It should be a draw if Burke takes the knight. Yeah. Even if Burke takes the bishop, it should be a draw. Yeah, I would take the knight here and go queen c1 and just call it a knight probably after that. Literally and figuratively. Bishop takes b2, call it a knight. So that's what you're capturing. But it's a little bit scary for White there, because if Black's queen gets frisky, it could still be frightening. Yeah, bishop takes b1. Okay, Fabi's not gonna offer a draw just yet. He's gonna make Burke make a couple more accurate moves. Queen f6, queen b5. My instinct is queen c1. But then the bishop gets to e4, centralizes. Where is the actual... How do you stop... Okay, queen c1 played. Good stuff by Burke. Bishop e4, I think, will happen. And then maybe just bishop a3. Keep the black queen honest. Although queen b5... No, wait, it's not convincing. I'm actually sure what White's move is after bishop e4. I'd be... Ooh, there's actually another nasty idea. There's king g7 and queen h8. Fortunately, White might have g4 at the right moment to open up an escape score for the king, but you're not out of the woods if you're Burke. Now, White's going to have to earn this until the very last move.
not sure exactly what Fabi's thinking about. I mean, bishop e4 looks pretty automatic to me. I'm not sure why you would check first. And g4 is a move white is not opposed to playing. In fact, it's a move I wants to play. Get another escape score for the king. He's played bishop e4. Now, Burke has to determine that king g7 is probably not dangerous on account of g4. So black's real threat is queen b5. That's a pretty massive threat. And then the queen will threaten to infiltrate e2. And if that happens, it's probably toast. White is toast. What do? Queen c5, stopping queen b5. But wait, king g7. Uh-oh. And now if king g7 and if g4, then queen h8 and queen h1. And he goes from the other side. He's playing like a little ring around the rosy. Oh my gosh, I think Burke might have forgotten that the queen has this h1 square to infiltrate on. Oh my gosh, 30 seconds. Oh my gosh, wait, what do? How does Burke stop the queen from infiltrating? I completely missed this as well initially. Like, he was so focused on stopping the left side that he forgot about the right side. Fabi is a wizard. That queen on e8 is insane. Insanely placed. So g4, queen h8, king g3, queen h1. I think it might be mate there. I think Burke's not going to... I don't know if there is a defense. Maybe there is. Maybe king g4 has to be tried. King g4 maybe and king h4. He's got to move with 1 second. No, but queen h8 and queen h1. I'm afraid there's too many threats. Oh my gosh, queen h1. You could see the way Burke pressed the clock there. He knows it. The mate threat is queen g2. It's unstoppable. There's no stalemate. There's a bishop. King f2 loses the bishop at the very least. It's over. Fabi's going to win, I think. No, queen a3 also loses a piece. I don't see a move. How did he do that? Literally pulled that out of nowhere. Fabi knows it. He leans back. It's resign. Burke's going to resign. That's literally all that he can do is resign. The black king is perfectly safe. And he's going to go 5 out of 5 and stay perfect. 67 moves. What a fight. And we can turn the analysis back on. I mean, yeah, it's over. It is already winning after king g7. Actually, it's already game over. So queen c5 was the decisive mistake. How cruel. He doesn't see a move. He's going to let his time run out. It's over. He resigns. Fabi wins. He will play Theodoru tomorrow, and the top seed is on a perfect score. So what was the actual mistake? It's already bad after bishop e4, actually. So Fabi just played perfectly. Yeah, queen c1 was a mistake. He had to play... Okay, but this is very difficult to figure out. g4 here is like a very, very weird defensive construction, and maybe black can't make progress. And I wonder if Fabi missed it. Let's quickly check to see if he did miss rook h2. Let's see, it was around here. Or we thought that Fabi had rook h2. Was it earlier? Yeah, knight f7. Maybe at a higher depth we would be able to figure this out. No, I think it was quite a bit earlier. Yeah, rook h2 was here. No, not here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, he did have rook h2. So Fabi did miss this win with rook h2 and queen d4. But it was hard position to assess. And then he missed that. Burke suddenly took over the initiative. f5 here was available apparently, but also impossible to find. So they kept going. Yeah, Burke should have played h4. I think that was one thing he forgot to play. Knight f7 here would have been a nasty little surprise. And honestly, once this happened, Fabi just kept pressing, and it was never good for white. Just was never exactly totally equal. Incredible play and time pressure. And then at this point, I think it's already practically indefensible. Burke had to play this vague move, but queen c5 is totally natural. And he goes from the other side. King g7 is just such a lovely idea to win the game. Okay, we'll let them analyze because they've clearly not had enough chess for the night. Yeah, it's 9:09. It's been 4 hours and almost 4 hours and 30 minutes, which for this time control is a long time. I've had enough chess for the night. I'm not commentating the World Championship, thankfully, this round. but we will be wrapping up the show. So in conclusion, we have Fabi playing Theodoru tomorrow. That's obvious. Both of them on 5 out of 5. Fabi will have white, and Nico, who defeated Evan Park, will have black. Then there were a couple draws. Moradiabadi Oparin draw. Samant versus Duror Bailey draw. So there's a huge group on 4 out of 5. Huge group on 4 out of 5. Danchenko won on board 5, so he will have 4.5. Andy Woodward will have 4.5. And I believe those are the only players on 4.5 for tomorrow. So they will face each other. And then this huge group of players with 4 will have to take a lot of risks to stay among the pack of leaders. But that's tomorrow morning. Caden Schroff will be commentating from the same place at 10:30, bright and early. The players will have to get their rest. What a grind tonight. And I will be back in the evening for round 7. As the tournament already passes its first half, just like that. Fabi will have white tomorrow morning, but Caden will introduce all of that to you. So that note, I'll wrap up for the night, folks. I'm pretty tired. It's been a long day. I'll might play the bullet, but might also at home get some rest. The World Championship next round is tonight at 4 a.m. Eastern Time, so you won't have long to wait. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a pleasure commentating round 5. Caden will be commentating from my channel, Chess Sharks and Charlotte Chess Center. 10:30 Eastern tomorrow, and I will be rounding out the day with round 7 at 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Around 5, I'll go live, just like today, with more fun action. Thanks to the live audience here watching me commentate, as well as all of you watching remotely. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, Saturday, 4:45. But Caden will be commentating the next round at 10:30. Bye for now.